it's strange. Yeah, I don't know how to like. Well, okay.
This is going brilliantly so far.
It's gonna
We're so ready for prime time. This is
yeah. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think basically what's going on is that we have like okay. So I'm called Alan. I guess I could.
Yeah.
I guess that's one thing I could
that's
say.
true. We haven't even done that. Yes, that's Alan on the other end of the line. I'm Jordan.
Right. Exactly. And
we are
yeah.
we are basically young men. I guess that's how that's our demo.
Yes.
This is a transcontinental broadcast, however.
Mm-hmm.
Alan is in Spain, and I live in the United States. And we've both been in the sync community for a little bit, but I think we both kind of consider ourselves relatively new
Yes.
on this. And we're both very focused on visual media, I would say, although we're also both musicians. But in terms of our sync research, it seems like we both spend a lot of time dealing with picture-based media.
Right. Yeah. And like, so, yeah, we've both kind of had our own separate kind of research projects as most people in the sync community do. And we recently sort of started having Skype conversations about it, like this one. And this sort of, I don't know, we got in we started talking with Alan Green about the possibility of actually recording something for Always Record, and this is probably what's happening.
Yes. Okay, good. That's probably good. Do you think there's anything else we need in the way of introductions?
Probably not. Yeah, it'll probably come out as we talk
over the potentially many hundreds of hours we're about to dump onto the server.
Embargo.
Over the next year or whatever this is. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's funny.
Well, why don't we just jump right into our usual thing and talk a little bit about precognition and art and all of this, because I think that's on both of our minds recently.
It is.
Yes. Well, I should say probably right at the outset that Alan is known for having extremely potent precognitive dreams. I don't have such potent precognitive dreams normally, but I experience precognitive things that come out of my art often, which you do as well, I think.
Yeah.
And also, I guess I should also say, we don't even really know what we're talking about when we say precognition, do we?
Yeah.
It's just kind of a euphemism for this strange experience of out-of-timeness that hangs on certain events or objects or thoughts and so on. Yeah. A kind of catch-all for
yes.
Something we don't really know what it is. Yes.
Right. Yeah, I think it's hard to know where to begin. One of the things that I'm interested recently, and I think this is why it might be relevant to sync as well, is that I find it difficult to really distinguish between what is called precog and what is called sync.
Yes. Yeah.
In the sense that, like, in sync, usually, like, you would have one experience in the waking world, and then you have another experience in the waking world, and they would both be similar, kind of.
Yes.
So, like, you would see a big brown dog, and then you'd see like 5 big brown dogs all in the same day in similar kind of contexts in a similar situation, something like that.
Sure.
And we wouldn't call that precog usually, or at least, I think that there is a way of not calling that precog.
Yes,
basically.
for sure. Yeah.
Whereas if you have a dream about a big black dog in like next to a person in a green shirt or something, and then you see that in waking life, we would call that precognition, even though it's at some level it's the same as the sync experience. It's just that one of the experiences has been had inside a dream instead of waking reality. So
yes,
you've seen, like, instead of seeing two similar dogs in waking reality, you've seen two similar dogs. It's just that one of them was in a dream and the other one wasn't.
that's right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then it becomes sort of difficult to know, well, what is it? What is pre in precognition?
Yes,
it comes, one comes before the other.
So interesting. You're calling into question the pre. My favorite thing to do is to call into question the cognition. So actually, we have a term that just has completely evaporated on us. Yeah.
Nice. Right, exactly.
Because I don't see where the cognition is in terms of 9/11 cinema precog.
Interesting. Right. I'd like to hear more about that. The cognition.
Sure. Yeah. Well, just in the sense of, because films are so are made in a very collective way. There are many sources of authorship, which already complicates the.
Yes.
I think it's just, for me, there's such a. It's funny because the first gap is a giant gap. The gap of how information could get from the future into any person's brain is a giant gap.
Yes.
But to me, somehow that's run of the mill now. I'm like, oh, sure, that can happen, because I feel that I've experienced that enough that it's just, I just take it to be an unexplained fact of my life anyway. Sometimes I have this experience,
Yeah.
But how information about the future could get into very many people's heads in a fractional way and then kind of add together through the creative process to create very coherent, kind of linearized information, like things that feel like sentences, almost statements, To me, that's so unclear how any of that material can show up in a film. Particularly, like I'm looking at images right at the moment, cutting together a new piece of like birds flying across the background of a shot that intersect with these two figures that I think are resonant with the North and South Tower.
Yeah.
It's like those birds become like the planes, but those birds weren't scripted. They just happened in that shot, and they selected that shot because it was a beautiful moment.
Yes.
And yet that selection, though, is what allows the whole symbol system to come together in that particular scene so strongly. If it weren't for those birds, I would probably, honestly, in this case, I would probably still ID it as a quote unquote precognitive content. There's enough other material, but that one aspect sends it like through the roof, and it has to be, in a sense, completely accidental. And so the fact that it can work out of the accidents seems like such a different explanation of the it's not an explanation, but a speculation about the mechanism that is very different from a kind of, in a sense, like linear information transfer from one point to one other point that just happens to be going backwards. That to me is easier to understand. This is like a weird self-organizing thing that is that's why I say, where's the cognition? It's like it just comes out of dust somehow. I mean, it implies that all the cognition is happening outside of time, is the funny thing about it.
Right.
which then would intersect with your questioning of the pre, I imagine, because that's about the orderedness of it in time.
Right.
Yeah.
I love that. I see what you mean, and it's true that like there are so many people involved in making a film, and then there's so many birds flying through the sky. There's like
Yes, yeah.
that yeah, the cognition, it's almost it's strange. I mean, it's like they're all working together to cognize something that
Yes.
that neither
Well,
of them is. Yeah.
well, and then of course there's the other obvious elephant in the room, which is our cognition, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm making a cut. You know, I'm picking out these moments and relating them in a certain way. So of course there's a lot of cognition coming from us, like in the action of having a precognition. It's just so
Ah,
like, yeah.
you mean like, okay, so there's the film, but then there's the way in which
There's us
we
as the witnesses of that film,
interpret the film.
interpreting it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, and that
Well, but
it's
it's so funny though, because you don't seem to have exactly the same like problem that I do, which is seeing 9/11 in all these movies like more or less all the time.
right.
Um,
No, well, but that's interesting. I mean, because it's funny. This it opens up so many things. I wonder what is it like. What would be my focus? I'm not exactly sure. It is true that in.
I guess it would be a fair thing to say for people who really haven't, who know nothing about us, that we're both sort of very conversational with the Jungian models, although I don't know if either one of us would describe ourselves exactly as Jungians.
No. Yeah.
We do spend a lot of time in that part of the map, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so, God, it's just the precognitive thing. You said something interesting. How, well, so there's several things. First is how we take it for granted. I think that's very interesting. How we don't begin the conversation by saying, "Oh, okay, so is this something that happens, or is this something that doesn't happen?" Like, it's strange how when you've already kind of seen that there seem to be things that are strange that are happening.
Right.
Then the what's strange about that moment is that then, yeah, a whole different series of questions open up. Like the what you say, that it okay, so it's happening, and it's happening in a message that is very linear, that is very understandable to the ego. Like,
Yes,
you can pick it.
that's what's so amazing to me often with the material I'm looking at, is that it seems as if it's formatted to be read, as it were. You know, it really seems like it's written with the intention of like eventually linking up with a conscious perceiver that can make sense of it in the usual way. You know, like it's not being obtuse. It seems to me that it's trying to be very generous. It's just that it often is expressing itself in a way that's so radiant. I think that adults or something are just not good at getting the humor with which it articulates itself or something. We've been talking a lot about that recently too. There's something very interesting about the style with which these so-called precognitive contents seem to appear. You know, they have they have the feeling of like seaweed on them. You know what I mean? They come from a deep somewhere. This is a very subjective thing now, but
yeah,
like, I'm sure you agree. Well, I guess I've had both experiences. The recent thing with maybe predicting the New York City blackout slightly, was like a real accident that I didn't see coming, and was really something that was happening in like behind my back as I made a piece of art, kind of, you know. But other times I've had precognitive experiences that were, I knew they were precognitive before I knew what they referred to.
Yeah.
Because they had a weight or a depth on them.
Yep.
Yeah, I wonder what you think about that. Yeah.
That is very mysterious, because I have I felt that mostly with dreams, in that
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. You've opened thing there,
like
because it's
there is
exactly the areas of the films that seem to
mm,
get these precognitive dumps are often the dreamlike areas. They get dreamlike in other ways, and then happen to also contain this precognitive.
ah
I think that's what
interesting.
I mean. There's
Yeah.
a general sense of the depth opening up in those
Mm,
areas of the art.
mm,
Uh, there's a depth there, and then once the depth is open, there are many things that might be in there.
mm,
One of
mm,
them might be information from the future sometimes,
mm,
but it
mm.
could be other things, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if this is what you're referring to, but I know that we have talked about how sometimes there is like a scene in a film, for example, where the protagonists in the movie discover literally like an underground cave or something, or
Yes,
some
yes, yeah,
numinous place, and then it's in there's this like irony to it, or like there's that moment in the film then becomes very symbolically charged, for example,
yes, yes,
or,
yeah,
or so that it's as if there are many different layers at the literal plot level.
yes,
The protagonists are going down into the depths in this
yes,
adventure style movie, let's say.
yes, yes,
But at some other level, the actual movie itself is also going down into the depths at
yes.
that
Well,
moment.
I think it's often like the characters are going into the depths,
Mm,
and I think the filmmakers usually are aware enough about basic symbolism and so on that they're also treating it symbolically in the thematic level of the film,
yeah.
like intentionally.
Mm,
And then there's some whole big mess of unintentional stuff that just seems to somehow happen as soon as those other decisions are made. I often perceive like a triple split there. There's like literal content, intentional symbolic content, and
mm,
then actually unconscious symbolic content. What's so interesting is how they all always seem to stack up together in the same places and at the same time. I really
yeah.
think that well, I don't know, but I increasingly think of the unconscious as like a remix artist. It's like it can't. Even dreams are kind of that way,
Mm,
and it's a
yes.
popular theory of dreams, right? That they're just kind of remixing material from daily experience, and
Yeah.
they are that way. But how are they remixing them is the question.
Mm,
They use material from the waking world in
mm,
this incredibly strange way, you know.
mm, mm.
Um, and I think that I almost think of it like the unconscious sees a cave, and that's like it's like the feeling that I have about, I don't know, zebra stripes. There's an aesthetic appeal. It can't resist it.
Mm.
It describes something about it somehow, and so it I almost feel that it like perceives an opportunity to
Ah,
um to help. It's like, oh, you're saying something about a cave. Well, I know. Let me tell you what that really is about.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
then,
yeah, yeah,
I don't know.
yeah,
Personifying the
yeah.
unconscious is a big question, whether that makes sense. But the funny thing is, it seems to kind of personify itself a bit. So I think it's okay.
Right. Totally. Yeah. It seems to personify itself. And also, and this is kind of the weird thing with precog in this case, is that sometimes, even though the pre aspect and the cognition aspect all throw a bunch of questions into the air, that seem to take it into a very transcendental realm that makes personalizing it a bit weird. I don't know how to say it. Like, because precognition,
Sure. Yeah.
like, I don't know, even though there's all this sort of all these questions that open up that make it very abstract and therefore non-personal in some
Yes.
levels, it still very often has an unmistakable quality of um a warning, or like a
Mm.
direct appeal to the
Yes.
listener, a direct sort
Yes.
of interaction. And
Yeah. This warning
yeah.
aspect is tremendously interesting because it implies that the that the sender of the precognitive material is interested in your action. They would like you, perhaps, like, if it's a warning, to me that probably means that it's an attempt to help you avoid something, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm jumping to a conclusion there. Maybe it just means this is coming, so get ready for it emotionally. I don't know. We don't have any, obviously, idea about how agency fits into all of this stuff either.
No, exactly, and that's the strange thing, because I've, like, the thing with precog as well is that I realize it's precog once it happens, kind of. So I can't, like, there is a way in which I haven't ever been able to, like, avoid a precog in that sense.
Yeah. Has there ever been an example of I think maybe I did read some stories about 9/11, in fact. People who had premonitions and canceled plane tickets and so on. I think there are such stories. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I totally believe that exactly, that there is.
Yeah.
There is that, and yeah, that's very sort of spooky, because it does introduce this sort of personal appeal, personal kind of warning aspect to it.
Yes.
But before,
maybe we should tell some precog stories to get some concrete examples on all this. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
I could lead with my recent video I'm working on.
Cool.
So I'm making a video right now called A Matter of Time, which started as like an analysis of a movie called A Goofy Movie, which is a movie about Goofy, this Disney character made by Disney in like 94 or 3 or somewhere around there.
Yeah.
I was really into that movie when I was a kid, and didn't realize it had a sequel, actually, called An Extremely Goofy Movie, which was released in 1999. And both films, actually, but especially the sequel, are filled with material that seemed to me to be very related to 9/11. And so I've been making this video about that, which is kind of expanded into to include some other films and so on. And actually, there are maybe sort of two strange temporal anomalies that have occurred over the course of making this film. The first was that on the day that the New York City power outage happened, I was busy overlaying an image of a character called Powerline. He's a rock star in this movie. This character called Powerline, I was overlaying his image on the Twin Towers, and actually on an image of 9/11. And then, like, as I was looking at that, essentially, the news came through. And, it's very funny, because if I had been looking at those images in a divinatory way, in other words, thinking about them as potentially being about something in the near future, the interpretation of a blackout in New York City is the very obvious interpretation of those images.
Yeah.
It's an image of a big disaster in Manhattan, plus an image of a character called Powerline that has a big lightning bolt for hair and spends a lot of time standing in front of broadcast equipment.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know how else you would interpret that, but I wasn't interpreting it that way. It was about it's so funny. It actually speaks weirdly to the irony of the characters going down into the underworld, but then there's this higher level context. Like I was analyzing a precognitive content from long ago, but then a live precognition occurred as part of that, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, so anyway, that was one thing that happened with that film. And then the other thing was just that this is the first video I've done that has any animation in it. In terms of like cartoon animation, I generally work with live action material. And then this giant Kyoto animation studio fire occurred, which hit me particularly because the idea of burning images is just the sort of next most recent image I made in my previous film, Radical Rewind, that ends with a painting being burned, and then somehow I find myself making a film all about this animated property connected to the image of which I'm then connecting to the image of a burning building again, the 9/11 image, have two of those things happen kind of back to back like that over the course of making that film was quite alarming to me, also because Radical Rewind, the previous film, had a strange synchronicity, sort of precognition attached to it as well, which was sort of the emotional climax of Radical Rewind was overlaying an image of the footage of 9/11 with fireworks. That was the hardest section of that film for me to make. I don't like working with the 9/11 picture directly so much. It's a heavy image, and so consequently, it was the last image I edited for that film. It was the very last thing I did before I rendered it was overlaying the fireworks. That was also the very last addition that I made to the thing, was putting the fireworks on top of that scene. And then that evening, even though it was July 3rd, here in Butte, Montana, they have their fireworks display a day early. And at the fireworks display that evening, there was an accident at the end that produced a giant fireball, right with the grand finale of the whole piece. And for me, I've actually never seen a fireball in real life. And, I had just been looking at the 9/11 fireball overlaid with fireworks in my piece. So I've kind of had three strange temporal glitches occur in my art in so many weeks, basically. And it's really ignited for me a whole lot of questions, because I'm not used to this level of activity in my own art, but it seems as if there's just a wave that a lot of us are catching, because you made a film that also seemed to relate to the Kyoto animation fire.
Right. Well, like, you mean the Big Ben thing, or
the Mario piece?
Oh God, yeah.
You actually used material that I bet was burned in that event. I bet in the archives.
That is really crazy. Yeah, like I'd made a music video for one of my songs featuring a Super Mario animation movie that apparently this studio, Kyoto Animation, had made like in the 80s or 80s, I guess. And
Mario is in my film as well. This new film, Matter of Time. I used the live action movie.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's strange because all of this, like, what it brings to mind is that, okay, so we were saying there are these examples.
And let's say for people who don't like, we're both obsessed with Mario because he's a plumber that goes into the underworld and rescues a princess and all of this. There's all this archetypal stuff around him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like we were talking just now about how there are examples of precog as a warning, right? Or like that you maybe, I've heard stories of people sort of seeing the same accident again and again, and then managing to avoid it because they so things like that, like things that are clearly like a personal warning. But when the precog is related to like world news events, it seems much harder to see how an individual can do anything to prevent those things, so that the precog seems to have a different significance in that case.
Yes, I just realized too, my precog seemed to have like a very linear expansion. It went from a local thing here in Montana to a national thing with New York, and then finally there was this global news with Japan.
Right.
I wonder if the next one is going to be a cosmic transmission of some kind.
Right, yeah, it expanded. It's interesting. because
So I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no, because it sort of, what came to mind as you were saying that is that all of these events seem to, like, it seemed as if your art was picking up on these things before they happened.
Yes.
And at the same time, it almost seems like it's the other way around. Not the other way around, but in the sense of like that the, how do I say it? That the art picking up things before they happen, like I said, if it doesn't actually, it's not going to affect what actions you like. Your actions are not going to affect what happens
Yeah.
in Japan,
Right.
right? So that, or at least not from a conventional kind of
Yes. Not in any way we could
perspective.
understand or know about.
Exactly.
Probably, yeah.
So that it seems then that the loop kind of closes back on itself, because it seems as if the world events are highlighting aspects of your art,
I know.
right? So it's
I hate this attitude because like for instance with the Kyoto animation fire,
mm,
it's the worst massacre because
yeah,
it's arson, I believe, right? So it's
yeah,
like one of the worst massacres in the history of the country, I guess. And
mm,
to think that whole thing exists in any causal relationship to some stupid pictures I threw together on my laptop, is
right,
so terrible. But it's quite impossible to escape that intuition. Um,
mm-hmm,
like I have many other intuitions at the same time, some of which contradict that intuition.
mm,
But that feeling of having summoned the event, or having been part of perhaps some
mm,
collective unconscious summoning of the event,
yeah,
um, yeah, that's just a very natural thing to think.
yeah,
I think when
yeah,
things like this happen, because it's just so strange. And I find too that because I don't like that explanation, I repress
mm,
that intuition an awful lot, which I
mm,
wonder if I'm maybe that's making me miss some part of how this works that
mm.
maybe I really ought to know about as an artist that's starting to notice strange things like this happening in their art. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah. I I don't know. I mean, in fact, what
This is I don't know.
mm,
I feel so nuts. Even like it's just such an insane. I hope that those are not true statements about reality. I hope that it's
mhm,
not possible to cause an event to happen in the world kind of accidentally by just focusing a whole lot of libido on a picture. That's terrifying, you know? Um,
right. No, yeah, and
who knows
hope,
what
yeah.
we're all responsible for all the time, every day, just in our
Hmm.
local environments? Because that would
Mm,
have to include probably then the things we just imagine, just the
mm,
things we think about and the things we dream too.
yeah. Well, and hopefully, um, at least, yeah, hopefully, in order to avoid like inflation, like I mean psychological inflation,
Yes. Yeah.
I would hope that there were probably, uh, as in the case of 9/11, many other people around the world making art that synced with, let's say, the power outage and the
Yeah.
Kyoto thing. So
Yeah.
at least
I
that
think
kind
there
of,
were. I think I saw
mm,
just even on the kitchen sink, a couple people mentioned that they had some strong, like I think a lot of this one seemed to catch a lot of people.
mm, mm.
It's
So
strange though, because it's
yeah,
not that big of an event. I'm talking about now about the New York power outage. I mean, I know people
yes,
got stuck in elevators and there was a lot of stuff, but
mm,
um, really, I don't know. Like it just seems so symbolic. It's like how weird that
yeah,
it's on the anniversary of the other big power outage,
mm,
and exactly on the 42nd anniversary of it.
ah, yeah,
The other weird thing too is that the film I'm cutting together right now has quite naturally built to include Ghostbusters 2.
hmm,
But that film also depicts a power outage in New York City.
it does,
If
yeah,
I had finished my film quicker, it would have
mm,
had multiple. sort of nods
Oh.
in the direction of that. But like I already knew I was going to put Ghostbusters 2 in it. I just hadn't gotten around to dropping the footage in. I already knew I was going to use that scene because that scene synchronizes with footage from the Not It 9/11 documentary. That's the documentary that it's the main documentary and the one that contains the only footage of the North Tower being hit. The only footage in the world of it being hit is in that documentary. It just happened to be the only camera that was aimed at it when the first plane hit, you know.
Yeah.
But the reason it was aimed at it is because they were filming road work happening in the middle of the road, like, and the Ghostbusters scene is just like that. They're in the middle of Manhattan, like digging a hole to investigate the slime underneath the city, and then Ray hits a power line and knock out power to the whole city, and they show the Twin Towers and the lights go off, you know.
Yeah.
And so I was going to put it in my film because, you know, it's a disaster involving the Twin Towers that there is conceptualized as a power outage, but you know, it's in the space still.
That's wow.
You know, like, so it really was going to happen a second time. It happened first with the power line thing, but it was crazy.
That's funny. That's crazy. Like I have felt sometimes this thing where this feeling of, if I had finished this piece of art sooner, like it would have clicked in a very strange way with things going on around it. And that kind of, like,
Spider-Man was like that, man, because they were making it like as 9/11 happened, and then they modified it, you know.
Oh yeah.
There's going to be some whole action sequence with the Twin Towers. Imagine if only they had finished it quicker and it had been released a little sooner.
Right.
What would have
exactly.
Been,
Totally. If they had actually released that.
Yeah.
Because obviously before the event, there would have been no ban on movies depicting that. So like, that would, exactly. I'm almost feels as if
in that period. I think a lot of films got censored, probably more than we even know about. Yeah. Sorry.
I wonder, because I sometimes have this feeling that and I hate it because it's a very sort of like old-fashioned, almost like medieval kind of feeling. This feeling that certain things like this Spider-Man movie, they couldn't get done. Well, medieval wasn't the right. It doesn't matter. That it's that it just can't get done because it's too powerful. Almost the feeling that like
that Fellini film we were recently learning about.
Yes. What was that about? I can't.
It was a film that he tried to make many times, and that just had various sorts of smallish disasters and accidents and so on attached to it, and he came to regard it as a cursed film. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's not La Dolce Vita, because that's one that he did make that's very 9/11 resonant. But this other film eventually got made into a graphic novel that then contains very many images of planes and towers and so on.
Yeah. Right.
But it's very interesting that he developed a superstition about that property that then that's the one that seems like it gets a bunch of 9/11 precog in it.
Right.
Just that is like a meta coincidence that makes me feel really strange, you know? He knew it was evil and weird already. It's like we were describing before. Sometimes it seems like the precog announces itself as there's a numinosity on it already.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and like I sometimes wonder if in the same way that, you know, if you see something too traumatic, you kind of shield it off and create a screen memory, that maybe when we talk of screen memories, we talk of visuals inside the mind, so ethereal kind of things. But what if screen memories, the same mechanism could operate in material reality? So that
I love this. I love it, first of all, because screen memory is great as it relates to cinema. Screen memory.
Yeah, screen memories. Right. That maybe there are certain physical events that are too traumatic, so they get substituted organically. by other less traumatic ones or something like that. I don't know.
I have two weird ideas about that.
Yeah.
The first is about the idea that we're already dead. So
yes.
you can, or that's the second one actually. So you can remind me of that one after I get through the first one.
Cool.
The first one is I just wanted to take the opportunity to describe a little bit of about this 9/11 precog stuff in particular, and how I think it's working, because it seems very related actually to this idea of repression of images in particular.
Yep.
I would guess we probably don't need to discuss the way that the famous 9/11 precog stuff happens in Back to the Future, right? Maybe I should give a little overview or something, but like we all know, right, that numbers that seem structurally related to the date, like in an image sense, appear on clocks and elsewhere in that film. So like 1:16 a.m. on the Twin Pines Mall sign, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And
I think most people know that there are more than one or two instances of that. There's a number in that film. And we know about the clock tower as a big general image match kind of thing to the 9/11 event. It's a tall building that gets struck by something from the sky. So that's just in a very similar meaning space, right?
Yeah.
But what I've started to notice are very precise, I don't know how to, I call them image matches. What I mean is that very precise structure related to a particular famous image of 9/11 seems to be popping up in these films in a way that's kind of overlaid with the normal visual information. So it's like a little, am I doing an okay job at describing this? It's hard to describe.
I think so, yeah.
Pictures. Well, so here's how this relates to screen memories and all this. I think that, and I think there's a lot of good evidence for this, although it's not, I can't really say this as like a scientific fact, of course, but it's a speculation, strictly speaking. But I think there's a lot of good evidence for this. That when we perceive a picture, just anything visually, essentially what our nervous system is doing is making a very high level guess on the basis of pretty noisy data, actually. Because the world is really complicated, and it's very hard to figure out how to interpret a dense environmental physical scene. Like if you were trying to do that with computer vision, say, that's a big problem in AI. Just understanding what the features are in a space, what's the floor, what's an object versus what, things like that are actually kind of non-trivial in a certain way. And so we know then from recent work to do with deep networks and computer vision, and also from neuroscience and the mapping of the visual cortex and so on, that human vision almost certainly works in layers. And what those layers are doing are they are extracting features of different levels of abstraction. So one layer might be very focused on edges. Another layer might be very focused on color. And this is probably artificial. I doubt they're that stratified like that. I don't really know. But in any case, you have different, essentially like levels of scale, levels of analysis that these different layers in the cortex are working to understand. And then at some level, there must be a kind of a global synthesizing function that puts all that together and says, okay, this is a picture of the World Trade Center being hit by a plane and exploding, And so then that's the image that everyone perceived consciously. But I'm very interested in all the other guesses. In other words, the things that were occurring in the layers but weren't enough to activate that synthesizing function. I bet there were many other guesses about what that image might be that didn't reach consciousness. And it seems to me that it's those images, it's the ones that didn't reach consciousness that were transmitted backwards.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. Yeah.
The invisible image, which I call the projection space, which I think I could define very precisely someday, although I'm not quite ready to do that, because it's about the intersection of associated images with the actual structure. The brain wasn't going to just see any picture in response to those pictures. It saw a certain set of pictures. And that set of association, so like for instance, looking at the explosion, obviously it's an explosion, but before your brain has added all of its information up, it doesn't know that yet. You know, it sees a big unfolding orange thing, and that could be very many things. And I think that those correspondent images, what's funny is that those seem to have gotten sent back, and also the basic image structure. But I think that makes sense because the basic image structure, i.e. what goes where, relatively speaking, like the orange explosion relative to the big hole on the North Tower, you know, the diagonal line you can draw between those two objects, the approximate distance and spacing and so on, also relative to the frame, things like that. That kind of information seems to have been sent as well. It's funny. It's like that grid gets sent back, and then objects get placed on the grid, but never the literal objects, or rarely. Rarely is it an explosion in a hole on two buildings, but it's things that are correspondent to those things placed in the correct locations.
Yeah.
So that's my best attempt to describe all that without visual aids, but that seems so close, doesn't it, to the idea of a screen memory, or of a repressed image. It's so funny because it like worked backwards. Like we got all the images that we see in the films are the images that were repressed in the witnessing of the event, because they weren't good enough guesses. Obviously, it's not an image of Christ or of Revelations, although those are things in the image space, you know. But then once they go back through time, then when it is so strange. Like we saw all the other images that dance around the 9/11 image as the center before we saw the center.
Yeah. Right, exactly. You're not like you're not ready to see the center of the maze.
So in a way, it's like the predictive programming interpretation, right? That we were exposed to these images to prepare us in some way, in a nefarious way in that worldview, but to prepare us to see the real image. Maybe that's a really quite astute intuition if considered psychologically. I don't know. It's just weird stuff.
It's funny, man. I've been thinking about that a lot recently because there's also, like, again, in the conspiracy world and that sort of thing, this idea, for example, of gang stalking, or like that everyone on the street is actually sort of a paid agent, spying on you and hostile.
This is completely anecdotal, but the only two people I've known who have actually claimed to be gang stalked and so on did both end up having giant meth problems.
Right.
So, you know, not to say that means they weren't also being gang stalked, but you know.
Oh yeah.
Paranoid hallucinations and that drug definitely go together. So.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I've seen it I've seen mostly examples of it being connected to addiction as well.
Yeah. The issue, of course, is once that's an association that exists in people's minds, that makes the whole thing much more desirable to exploit. Like, I feel like now there probably are, like, if there weren't before, there probably are actual examples of government gang stalking now. It's a good idea, you know.
Right, exactly. Once it's
the drug abuse thing just becomes part of the cover for it, potentially.
Yeah. Once it's become something, yeah. But like, what I was thinking about that is that, like, so, like you were saying how the predictive programming thing of like that's actually, if you take it psychologically, it's an interesting explanation, because it seems as if the movies were getting people slightly more comfortable with everything that
Yeah.
surrounded the traumatic event.
I have to say, particularly as regards Back to the Future, that scene in the Twin Pines Mall at the first instance of the Twin Pines Mall when Doc gets shot. That was a really, I mean, really powerful scene for me as a little kid. I probably first saw that when I was 5 or 4, and it's such an eruption in the film. It kind of comes out of nowhere. It gets very violent and dark very quickly, and it really was a traumatic thing to see. Like it. I think on some level, I probably flashed back to the Future when I saw 9/11. Weird, maybe not. I'm for sure not consciously, but it was another experience of sitting in front of a TV and watching something to do with terrorists happen that was very scary. And the very first instance of that ever occurred in my life was with Back to the Future when I was a really little kid, And I bet that was true for a lot of people around the world. So that property it's just tied into 9/11, whether people admit it or not, or like it or not, regardless of a question of precognition. There's a scene in the film that is scary with terrorists, that most of us in our generation saw when we were really little. So it imprinted us in some way,
Exactly. I like calling it a property because, like, I think my bias, or a lot of, like, I tend to see things in a very impersonal way, so that, for example, this predictive programming thing, there are, again, people who would consider that to have been a personally orchestrated thing, personally designed by entities or people in order to have a desired result on the population. And yet, and then, of course,
what's so funny, Alan, is that I really look down on that view, just to be honest. Like, I don't look down on those people, or I try not to, but I find that view unconvincing. But then if you were to just take what you said and just swap it with ghosts as the ones doing the design, then I'm fine with it.
Right.
I'm like, oh yeah, that probably is what's going on.
Yeah.
So make it more ridiculous, and then I find it to be more sound. Anyway.
Yeah, well, I think that's one of the reasons why I find this topic of conversation so interesting, because the people who would debunk that kind of conspiracy theory would throw out the baby with the bathwater, right? They would say, no one is controlling the movies.
I would just say that. No.
They would just say no. And then no one is controlling the movies, and the property that those movies has also doesn't exist. So they're also denying the subjective experience of it.
Yes.
And what I find interesting is that, so I personally don't believe that it's literally sort of people manipulating the movies, but the subjective experience, not in a bad sense, but the subjective experience of the movies acting as something that lets you take in trauma gradually.
Yeah.
I don't think that requires human agency in order to be something that is very real. Of course, it does require a certain kind of unconventional view of the world from culturally sanctioned standards. But just that's sort of the same thing I feel with things like gang stalking and paranoia and stuff like that. That from a, let's say, again, a psychological point of view, sometimes you can meet someone who is outwardly very friendly, but clearly their body language is very aggressive, for example. Or there are times when I have been this way. There are times when I have desperately tried to be very friendly, but I could tell that I was very tense and being very, like, passive aggressive, and I couldn't, like, stop myself almost. And so that creates two layers to the person. On the surface, they seem to be a normal person interacting with you, but on the in the underground there is like an aggression, and I can
Yeah,
see
yeah.
how that could be interpreted as being, oh, actually the nice person is a mask,
Yes.
and really they are an aggressive person. However, I feel as if like there's both things are going on at once, right? You are
Yes.
simultaneously trying to be a nice person and simultaneously being an asshole, like at the same time.
Yes. Yeah.
And anyway, there's just ways in which a lot of these personalizations of paranormal phenomena and sync that I think maybe I'm too hasty to. Oh, damn it! Did I touch something? No,
Oh,
maybe I'm too hasty to like throw them away. But I feel as if sync in my life has been a little too like I find it difficult to explain with human agency because of the things you said before with the birds, for example. Like
yes, exactly.
there are birds
Exactly.
in a movie that, or there's clouds passing by that pass by at
Well,
exactly the right
I
moment.
mean, I've had experiences that to me are like, okay, if there's human, well, I suppose it could be possible that there's human agency and then I've gone insane in some way, right? Those two things, and they might not have much to do with each other, and but they resemble each other sometimes, and I'm very confused about that, you know.
Mhm,
Um,
mhm.
but my feeling is similar. Like I feel like I've had experience. Well, like when I was doing this Hellraiser analysis, I had kind of like poltergeist phenomena that accompanied that, and so on.
Mm.
And so, human agency, like, okay, if that's human agency, then we're dealing with people that are really not people exactly, right?
Right.
They're superhuman in some way. Um, they
Yeah.
can, they can, I don't know what it is they did, summon a host of ghosts to harass me, or
Yeah.
or summon some phenomena that resembled that.
Mm, mm, mm.
that manifested both in my head and body and in the environment and all that, and it's interesting in the predictive programming community because it does seem, and I actually don't know the history of it so much. It would be interesting to, I wonder if anyone even knows exactly the precise history of that community, but
Yeah.
um, it does seem like it started with more literal like concrete explanations and gradually has been
Yes.
embracing a degree of magic more and more,
Hmm.
which is an interesting sort of, I don't know, like I hesitate to call it a progression because who knows, but just development, let's say.
Mm. I love your idea that, if it's ghosts doing these
Yeah.
things, then I'm okay with it because I feel the same. I
Yeah.
feel the same way, and I'm not sure exactly what.
I'm being ridiculous, of
Yeah.
course. I'm not okay with it. I struggle with it all the time,
Yeah,
but I'm
yeah,
like
yeah,
comparatively okay with
yeah.
it.
And it's funny, yeah, like you say, there's this thing of like how um, if a human being is able to uh, sort of send radio waves into your brain to make you think certain things,
Yeah.
and is able to summon huge hordes of actors to come to your house to like,
Yeah.
if someone has that kind of desire, power, and sort of intentions to do that sort of thing, then it's funny because like you say, with even that is the arc is yeah, it's the archetype of the magician of
Yes.
something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like even if we describe it in terms of technology, like
Yeah.
brain scanning technology, it, it it's it's a mythos that is very spiritual, no matter how
Yes.
many weird technologies you use to describe it.
That
And
reminds
that's
me, I just
yeah,
came across this. Sorry, this is
yeah,
the
yeah,
worst
yeah,
thing to interrupt with. A GIF of Bill Nye, the science guy, like,
yeah.
and it just says science with like three exclamation marks, but then it's like a little loop of Bill Nye like writhing on stage, like an evangelical Christian, essentially. And
Right, right.
I don't think that's an irony that's like conscious for the maker of the meme. It's just supposed to be about how awesome science is, but it's an image of religious ecstasy.
Mm.
you know.
Yeah, yeah.
So anyway, just to add that as a support to the fact that this is really a ubiquitous phenomena, we like spiritualize science in a very bizarre way in the
Mm.
West. I think it's like the place where all of our repressed spiritual ideas go to try to have some sad, like, continued existence, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
They can kind of almost live there a little bit.
Mm. And like, actually, it's just sort of to slightly correct what I said before, that um, because I was saying how, these, if there are people who are able to control your mind in this way, that actually maybe, yeah, like you said, that we're not really dealing with the archetype of a conventional human being as we understand it, but someone who has
Yeah.
almost superhuman kind of powers.
Which is something
That
we ourselves could easily be accused of with weird shit popping up in our pieces and so on, you know?
right. In fact, that's kind of what I was
So we know
wondering.
for a fact that it's at least a possibility that things
Mm,
like this can happen without any conscious intention of the individual, at least, you
mm,
know?
mm. And that even though, like, I personally am not attracted to those kind of explanations, the more conventional, um predictive programming kind of explanations, I also want, like, I feel bad
Well,
dismissing
yes,
people
of
who
course.
believe in that, because at the
I
same
feel
time,
very bad because I feel just a profound empathy for all these people, actually,
yeah.
because they've all been exposed to the same signal. Like
Mm,
they're just noticing exactly the same things. And with this 9/11 material, it's very easy to understand why people reach for for explanations in that space, like sort of personalized explanations, or this or that group is responsible for this,
mm,
because it gets to what we were saying earlier. Like it feels so authored and designed to be read. Like it does seem like a person
mm.
left these things there. That's what's so strange about it. Is it seems very intelligent and authored.
Yeah.
And I think that partly it's maybe a consequence of all the outlawed thinking being put in one corner of the room. You know,
Mm,
it's a strange situation right now on the internet. Anti-Semites and alchemists are like rubbing shoulders, and
yeah.
weird combinations of things are like there's this. Well, I don't even want to name these channels because I don't want to give them any publicity. But there are
Yeah.
channels on YouTube that are combining hermetic magic and things like this with, in my opinion, very vile forms of racism and nationalism and
Yeah.
weird gender things and just all kinds of stuff. And I don't know. I just bring this up because I'm actually quite worried about it, I think, and also
Mm,
I feel a little bit like caught in its net or something because
mm,
in addition to maybe trying to convince people to think about 9/11 in the context of paranormality and ghosts and all this, there's also the possibility now that people will misread all of this work as, you know, it's like we have to defend ourselves against weird right-wing manifestations of this stuff as well. And
yeah.
it's all become a little like it's just all a little volatile, isn't it? I guess
Well,
it was always be volatile, but
it's funny. It's like you say. It's like all of the taboo things are
yes.
pushed into the same room.
One, yeah.
So there's like the paranormal phenomena is connected to
God, it is like the gremlins
extreme sort of, yeah,
multiplying in the tower in part two. Yeah.
yeah, and I guess, like, it's just sort of, it's a strange area because, like I said, I think that maybe my suspicion of these kinds of personalizations, I think, has helped me in some areas of my life, in the sense that there have been maybe enormous sink storms that could have easily
Yeah.
transformed into a paranoid episode, but that
Yes.
didn't, because I was very suspicious of these kinds of human explanations
Did you manage
of
to
things.
really like completely avoid that level of paranoia? I really didn't. I
Mm.
went through a phase where I mean,
Hmm.
for me it was quite personalized. I was just
Yeah.
very certain that John Carpenter was a member of the Illuminati and things like this,
Right. Right.
I just couldn't understand how his movies could have these things in them in any other way, It was kind of short-lived. I wrote him a letter and so on, and it was,
Yeah.
probably an embarrassing letter. I don't know. I haven't gone back and read it, but
No, but
yeah, it's just, your brain just reaches for anything to ground itself in those first glimmers of, I don't know, encountering whatever this is. Yeah.
yeah, totally. It's the sort of the Robert Anton Wilson kind of journey.
Yes.
Of
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
and the thing is, like, I feel that it has helped me in certain ways, this suspicion, but on in other senses, it is also that's why I feel bad about overly criticizing these kinds of perspectives and views, because I think it's also made me overly suspicious. Like, I feel that sometimes I see things in way too abstract a way, when
Yeah, me
maybe
too. Yeah. Yeah.
I close myself off to the possibility of slightly more simple literal explanations for things.
Yes.
And that and that, when I hadn't had any strange experiences like this, I couldn't imagine how I could have an experience that could convince me of stuff like this, and yet
I
it
know.
happened.
Yeah.
So obviously, so at the same time, I'm still sort of feeling like, who knows, like, maybe in the future I have some sort of experience that actually convinces me of some level of personal agency that
Yeah. Who knows?
right now doesn't convince me.
I mean, I really do remain open to strange explanations for this stuff.
Yeah.
I sometimes wonder about the possibility of a mad scientist in the future with a special weapon that can send information.
Right.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I think for me, where it gets very, very frightening and also kind of depressing is when this stuff starts to intersect with very run-of-the-mill xenophobic conspiracy theories and things like
Yes.
this. That I'm starting to see even in places that used to be more neutral, comment sections on certain channels that, even if the channels are pretty neutral, I just, the people that are watching this content often seem like they're in some very interesting worldviews.
Yeah.
It makes me nervous. I have some strange half-formed vision of, like, all of these things coalescing into some kind of much worse form of Pizzagate, I don't think we have really begun to experience the amplifications of mass hysteria that we're going to see with information technology, basically. It's what that comes down to, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Oof. that
And this particular thing to do with Hollywood and pedophilia.
Yeah.
Because I do think it has some truth to it.
Right.
I think
Totally.
is gonna be involved in whatever this apocalypse I'm sensing or imagining it may or may not be. Yeah.
Totally. Exactly. That's one of the things that I feel bad about, is that I feel that in order to protect my mental health or whatever it is, I have run away from literal explanations for things, so that whenever I see literal pedophilia, I interpret it symbolically, or as some sort of like an alchemical symbol or whatever. And I think that prevents me from taking seriously the possibility that of these issues actually being
Yes, I know what you mean. Yeah.
like and that a lot of this let's say a lot of the research that is more conspiracy oriented, I feel bad sort of completely rejecting it. And it's something that I'm sort of thinking about recently. It's just that, let's say, it's sort of like, it's very different. Like my I don't know, I'm really,
I mean, honestly,
oriented toward symbol kind of. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, me too. I think a big motivation, honestly, in the sort of the instinct to reject stuff is just that it it's just a very basic issue of like trying to reach people and people's brains turning off when they encounter certain things. And 9/11 is bad enough, but 9/11 in a conspiracy context is really bad. People just don't want to. It's just a joke, I think, to most people.
Yep.
And to be honest, like I just don't know much about it. Is the truth. Like when it comes to political conspiracy stuff, I'm pretty ignorant, really.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I've never had any interest in history and politics.
Right, and so because
yeah,
because it's not a particular interest. I
mm.
mean, first of all, I assume that conspiracies are happening constantly and that everything is maximally corrupt wherever it can be. And
Right, yeah.
so it's not really. I'm not kind of trying to avoid knowledge of how bad we really are or something.
Yeah.
I think we're pretty bad, but because I don't know much about it and I don't have much of a personal interest in the detail of it, I feel pretty unqualified to say much about it. But then I guess because of that, it does just emerge in my personal experience as a term and a category I would like to disassociate from as much as possible because it just makes problems for me, basically.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to be honest about that. It's sad because although political conspiracies aren't very interesting to me, other kinds of conspiracy theories are interesting to me and have been for my whole life. And I feel like it was much less stigmatized in the 90s, you know?
Right.
Being interested in conspiracy theories was just like a fun thing that connected to the X-Files.
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I wonder if the X-Files were like, manifestation of that, of how, of an openness in pop culture towards.
I think so, yeah. It's funny, though, because today, I think more, at least in America, more Americans believe in things categorized as conspiracy theories than ever in the history of the country.
Right.
And yet it's now the most, isn't that funny? It seems similar to sexuality. The most popular things are the most stigmatized.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Yes.
Everyone is in a state of pretending that they don't enjoy the popular thing, but come on.
That's super interesting. Yeah.
Everybody actually likes conspiracy theories, us included.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I wonder if there's like, yeah, it's kind of like what happened with psychoanalysis or something like that, that it's sort of, there's a point in history or in culture where it's just unavoidable, like some kind of popular theory like psychoanalysis or whatever is going to come out to sort of throw all of that sexuality into people's faces.
Right.
I don't know, like, interesting.
Well, that's interesting too, because I was just thinking about what you were saying about symbolic versus literal interpretation and how that tracks possibly like Jung and Freud a little bit as regards sexuality in particular, right? Because Jung tends to interpret sexual things as spiritual things in disguise, and Freud tends to interpret them just as sexual things. And I do think there's a tendency in Freud to ignore the obvious strangeness that is attached to very many sexual images in human fantasies. But there's also a tendency in Jung to avoid dealing with the carnality in an explicit way, I think.
Yes.
I think that both of them would claim they don't do either of those things. But I think they both do, though.
Yeah. It's funny because okay,
I find that I experience both dimensions pretty equally, but I scrub the sexual stuff from my speaking about it quickly, thoroughly, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I am
even to my even speaking to myself, as it were, you know, my languaged attitude towards this stuff excludes a lot of sex still. My image based ways of relating to the unconscious include sex more.
Interesting. Yeah, I definitely, exactly. I repress both in different ways.
Yeah.
I sometimes feel that I really repress the spiritual side of it, in that
Yes, me too.
I I really naturally tend towards the psychological explanations for things, and whenever I can deconstruct a ghost, I will deconstruct the ghost, and
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and it's like it's something that the experience tries to really push into my face, like there is something ghostly going on, and or like
Yes. Well, okay. Now
yeah.
I'm feeling like this has naturally circled back around to one of our earlier questions,
Mhm.
which in a way is, what is the it in all of this?
Uh-huh.
Precognition, synchronicity, the unconscious,
Yes.
fundamentally, what are we talking about? Are we talking about very many things? I
Mhm.
was flipping through Mary Louise von Franz's Number in Time here,
Nice.
because there's a passage in it where she attempts to define synchronicity. Um, and she defines it in a very particular way that I think is actually much too narrow. And I've
Mhm.
seen Jung define it in that way as well. Um, they really want to define it as the synchronization of an inner and an outer state,
Yes.
um, which is obviously quite a big part of synchronicity. But I wonder if you have any thoughts, or if we could think through together a little bit, like how much we think, first of all, is that universally operative in things
Mhm.
that we would describe as sync? Do they
Mm.
always involve a synchronization between inner and outer states?
Mm.
And second of all, are there other primary aspects that are similarly sustained or not? I feel like sometimes I want to even get away from the word synchronicity
Yeah.
and just use something like temporal anomaly, or
Mm.
even just paranormal event, to keep it very general.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's interesting, because I think Jung didn't. I think there's some quote of Jung saying that like synchronicity was his attempt to try and bring
Bring together a number of
paranormal
things. Yes.
events into slightly more reputable conversations.
Yes.
Um, and yet, funnily enough, the conversation, like you say, it's sometimes it seems to really want to use the taboo word, which
I
is like
think these things are
paranormal.
strange. They cycle around because they exist in relation to the mainstream structures. Like,
Mm,
Jung just basically made a new word to get
mm.
away from words that people had come
Yes.
to have negative associations with. Now synchronicity itself is a word that has acquired quite a bit of baggage. So there's
Mm,
a need to get away from that. um, and I think whether or not we get a new word or a reversion to older words has a lot to do with, I don't know, just other things going. Right now there seems to be a lot of desire to repossess repressed and outcasted things.
mm.
So for me, the way that I often will get around using the word synchronicity is just to talk about ghosts and spirits.
So yeah,
To me,
yeah,
somehow that, but that was the stuff that Jung was trying to get away from. He was trying to make it sound more technical. You know,
exactly. Yeah.
he existed in a world where seances and mediumships and things like that were happening all over the place,
Mm,
and he was, I think, trying to differentiate it from that.
mm, mm.
Um, but now the word synchronicity has a bit of a reputation as a word that people use to try to make a dumb idea sound plausible. It has pseudoscience stamped on it.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny.
Sucks.
It's such a generational thing, kind of like,
Yes, yeah.
it's like Jung is our dad or something, and he's like, now we don't
I
like
know.
his word because it's and
I know. I actually love the word. I think it's
yeah.
great, but I do I can sort of sense people's eyes like internally rolling
Mm,
sometimes when I use
mm.
it.
Yeah, yeah. I think exactly. It's like it's become almost sanitized, but in a
So
bad
sanitized.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's become like a Pinterest like meme.
Yeah, yeah.
like I spent some time on the Jung subreddit, and like 80% of what comes through that is just like these little image macros with like pictures of Jung kind of like with some Photoshop filters on them, and then like some quote from Memories, Dreams, Reflections, like about synchronicity, like plastered on. I don't know, they're just terrible. Like it's always in like cursive fonts, and I don't know. I'm just
Yes,
making fun of
yeah.
I'm making fun of some aesthetics that are maybe like feminine aesthetics or something. Maybe I shouldn't make fun of, but they
yeah, no, but
they just drive me fucking nuts, though. I just
yeah. No, I mean, well, it's like I was going to say, like if you, it's definitely true that if you do an image search for synchronicity, I'm pretty sure that most of the images will be like very friendly images. It's got a very kind of like the
I'm going to do this in an incognito window to try to make it not tailor my results, but I think it still kind of does. The first image is a big image of outer space with some like female eyes like superimposed on it, and it's winking at you, and it says a wink from the universe with a powerful message behind it, and it's blue and purple. So I'd say it's very positive. And it's a little wink from a female friend that is the universe. It's actually not so far away from from the Jungian idea about the anima and all this. Yeah, most of these are very positive. Most of them are very new agey. A few of them are a little like mathy in the like Tool psychedelic direction, you know?
Yes, yeah.
I see some geometry and things like that. Definitely see a lot of 1111. So this clock face thing is definitely big.
Yeah.
Google image space for synchronicity. Wow, here's one that's literally a picture of two whales in a motivational poster format. It's like indistinguishable from something that would be on a dentist's wall.
That's the thing. Exactly. It's become part of like a mainstream sort of I can definitely see it being used in like a television talk show, or like it has a sort of a and not
which is fine.
Exactly.
Except for the fact that it reminds me of like the pro cannabis legalization dudes, you know?
Oh, I'm not familiar with...
Well, it's just that they do the thing a disservice by defanging it. You know what I mean? And they create a danger at the same time. I think that synchronicity is fun and positive, but we all know it's also a nightmare. Like and wouldn't know that looking at this image spread like at all. There's nothing here that indicates that you're gonna burn to death 1,000 times in the mind of God himself, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Or whatever. Like there's just nothing like that. And I find it hilarious that there's not even a single image from the Red Book here. Just like nothing. It's mostly internet art, you know?
I was wondering what was Marie-Louise von Franz's definition for synchronicity.
Let's see. I couldn't actually locate the concise version of it I had in my head. But let's see here.
Because I think definitely one thing I find really interesting
about... read a couple pages here or something, which might contain... Maybe I'll just read a little bit of chapter 1, The Problem of the Unity of Psyche and Matter. We can cut this out, right, if it's boring for everybody, I assume. It just says, in recent years, the question of the relation of psyche and matter has come more and more to the forefront of scientific discussion, although we still have to admit that we are dealing with an unfathomable mystery. But a few reflections on certain facts may be ventured in, or okay, blah, 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 blah. Along with the discoveries in modern physics, the most important discovery made at the beginning of this century was undoubtedly that of the unconscious. Empirical proof was adduced that our personality consists not only of an ego-centered field of consciousness, but also of an immeasurably wide realm of unconscious psychic activities. Through dreams, visions, spontaneous fantasies, faulty actions, involuntary gestures, physical symptoms, and other factors, we are able to obtain a degree of indirect information about this realm of the psyche. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Now she's describing the collective unconscious. She says this does not represent merely a psychic appendage of archaic remains, as Freud saw it, but the living creative matrix of all our unconscious and conscious functionings, the essential structural basis of all our psychic life. Then she draws this diagram that has somatic processes, so like body things on one side and then the archetypes on the other. So it's like a scale of abstraction, I suppose, moving towards concreteness on the one side and archetypal abstraction on the other, maybe. Mm-hmm. And this is where she starts to introduce, I think, the stuff about synchronicity, because she says, the center of our psychic awareness slides along this spectrum like a ray of light and is drawn sometimes more to the one end, sometimes more to the other. That would be body awareness and archetypal awareness.
Okay.
If one is overcome by an instinctive occurrence, then the emphasis of the ego awareness will slide more to the left. That would be towards the somatic processes. Whereas if one is possessed by an idea, one is more attracted to the right-hand archetypal pole. Mm-hmm. It may, however, be surmised, as Jung himself realized, that the two poles partake of one and the same unknown living reality, and are registered only as two different factors in consciousness. Mm-hmm. If we are affected by the physical or so-called material events of the outer world, we call it matter. If we are moved by fantasies, ideas, or feelings from within, we call it the objective psyche or the collective unconscious. Mm-hmm. Thus, okay, I'm skipping a lot here, but she says there is a certain parallelism of thought models between the two disciplines, although this parallelism does not imply that their subject matters are directly related. Here she's talking about microphysics and depth psychology. She lists a bunch of things to do with taking the observer into account in quantum mechanics and things of this sort.
Right.
She says, here we are. And yet all the indications are that an actual connection does exist between the psychic unconscious and the subject matter of physics. This connection in the first place appears to be statistical causal, insofar as interactions between them are demonstrable. Bodily physical conditions influence the psyche, and conversely, purely mental conceptions can alter the physis. Mm-hmm. Such reciprocal influences can be statistically formulated. Psychosomatic medicine has already begun to do research in this field. Beyond this, however, a further relation appears to exist between psyche and matter, which, because it does not fit in with accepted scientific theories, presents a stumbling block to present-day rationalism. When Jung began to investigate the deeper layers of the unconscious psyche, he observed, even before 1930, a form of occurrence which he only much later decided to describe systematically as the phenomenon of synchronicity. This phenomenon consists of a symbolic image constellated in the psychic inner world, a dream, for instance, or a waking vision, or a sudden hunch originating in the unconscious, which coincides in a miraculous, that's in quotes, manner, not causally or rationally explicable, with an event of similar meaning in the outer world. Okay, we did find it there. That was what I was thinking of.
Okay.
So that's quite a lot there, actually. First of all, she's saying this goes beyond a placebo thing, right? That was that other paragraph. She's acknowledging that placebo effects exist and can be shown with statistical confidence. But that even beyond that sort of thing, even beyond the mind influencing the body in a complex unconscious way, there's this other thing which has to do, it's interesting that she immediately reaches for image. The phenomenon consists of a symbolic image constellated in the psychic inner world. And then her examples of images include dreams, waking visions, and hunches. That's interesting because I don't think of a hunch as necessarily being visual, but I can sort of see the sense in which it relates to the idea of an image. If it's a hunch from the unconscious, which sometimes is like a picture, I guess. And then she says, she uses the word miracle, but in scare quotes.
Yeah.
And then she tries to explain that a little bit, by which she means not causally or rationally explicable. So what's miraculous is the coincidence. It's the coinciding of the inner image with the event of similar meaning in the outer world. There's a footnote here. She says, by a synchronistic phenomenon, Jung understands the coincidence in time of two or more psychic and physical events which are connected not causally, but by their identical meaning. Then there's also actually another footnote a little while later. This says, here, I'll just read a little further here. She starts talking about the I Ching. And then she says, the difficulty for the Western mind in attaining a proper understanding of synchronistic phenomena lies not so much in their occurrence, since every introspective person can easily recognize them, as in their fundamental acceptance in the realms of scientific thought. That's interesting. I don't know if I agree with that, really.
What was she talking about now? Just now? What is accepted by science?
Quote unquote, a proper understanding of synchronistic phenomena. I don't know what she even means by that. I don't know that I think we have such a thing as a proper understanding of synchronistic phenomena. I think she means one closer maybe to the Eastern view, because she's just talking about the I Ching above this. But she's saying it's not a matter of individual people recognizing them. She seems to think that's no problem. She says every introspective person can easily recognize them.
Okay.
She says the problem is in their acceptance in science, actually.
Okay.
I think that's quite interesting, because I think maybe this has happened since she wrote this, because this was maybe in the 60s or 70s. What's happened since then, is just what we were talking about with Bill Nye, is that science has become the accepted religion. And so it is, I think, has actually prevented people from recognizing them internally as well. I don't think that we can say anymore that any introspective person can recognize a synchronicity. I was an introspective person for most of my life and did not recognize synchronicities.
Yeah.
Because every time I was almost about to recognize one, my scientific rationalism would kick in. And I would say, forget about that. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then whenever it like bursts into your life in an undeniable way, the cultural consensus would have you sort of, we would tell ourselves that, okay, I'm insane.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
It either doesn't exist or I'm insane. Like there's just those
yeah, exactly.
And, yeah. I don't know.
Just last thing here. This was the footnote on that last paragraph. It says, by synchronistic events are also meant such well-known occurrences as were collected by W. von Schultz, among others. For example, he recounts, quote, a man is journeying from Norderney to Helgoland. These must be German places, I don't know. During the crossing, impelled by no outer event, he tells how many years ago the paddle wheel was broken during the same crossing. At this very moment, a crash is heard. The paddle wheel of the ship is shattered. End quote. Here, the narrator's fancy coming from within coincides with the actual event taking place a few seconds later. I really wonder if either Mary Louise or Carl would classify any of this stuff to do with movies and 9/11 as being synchronicity.
Exactly.
You know,
That's yeah.
it doesn't exactly fit that definition. First of all, because
No.
the distance in time is very large.
Yeah.
Decades in some cases.
Yeah.
And also because, again, where's the cognition?
Mhm.
There's no any image in anybody's mind. There's an image
Mhm.
on a piece of film. It's weird. I don't know. But
That's
isn't that weird? The
yeah.
extent to which the camera is like a surrogate perceiver. It's the
Mm,
observer, and it's the
right.
perspective of the camera that gets all the
Mm,
synchronistic. I don't know.
yeah. Yeah, it's funny. That's sort of the thing that I found interesting about synchromysticism when
None
I
of that
first
helped, by the
encountered
way,
it.
right?
Mm.
Reading her definitions did not help.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, I get it's
Understand what synchronicity is.
well, it's definitely like you say, it brings to light the difference between her definition and Carl's definition, and
Yeah,
the
yeah,
way that the word sync is used, I think, in like the sync community to say
right,
something.
right.
Because, like you say, when you perceive, because it's not just that there are decades between different films, for example, that we
Sure.
consider to be syncy,
Yeah,
but sometimes the perceiver will take along, like maybe I watch one film now and it has a scene with like a fountain in it and a person falls into a fountain and it has a certain thing happens in this
yeah,
film, and then maybe 10 years from now film that has a very similar scene in it or whatever,
yeah.
and I like that I would consider a sync as well, even though it's 10 years later.
Yes, yeah.
So then what I'm based, like the reason I'm considering it a sync has nothing to do with its closeness in space and time, but purely with its resonance, with the way that it's similar
Yes.
or something, and how that's
Well, I don't think
significant to me.
Jung plays by his own definitions, though. Like
Mhm.
read Ion. What is that book
Right.
about? He's like tracking the evolution of the fish across 1,000 years as a
Hmm.
synchronistic image.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. I think that there is definitely.
as it appears in
Mm,
mythology and so on, which is very close to like something like cinema analysis. So
mm,
I think the whole thing with synchronicity is we don't know what the fuck is going on, and the whole term is just a placeholder for
mm,
strange things that can happen with the psyche.
mm,
That's probably the most honest assessment of the state of that word today.
hmm. It's funny though, because at the same time, I also see a way in which both readings intersect. In that,
Mhm.
um, imagine you're analyzing films that are very separate, like two films that were filmed 10 years apart in different places of the world. Like, so
Yeah.
they're separate in space and in time. But you, the viewer, are maybe watching them both on the same day.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
So
Yes.
like it's a traditional synchronicity for you, in the sense that you are having two things happen at the
Yes.
same time for you. But at the same time, there's the uncanniness of, okay, it's a subjective sync for me, but there is also some sort of an objective weirdness because I can share these movies with other people and they will also recognize that these two things are very similar. That
Yes.
these two,
Yes.
and I think now, having said that, that's what's so cool about the sync community, about synchromysticism in general.
Mm-hmm.
It's that it's the possibility of a shareable synchronicity. You can
Yes.
share it with other people. It stops
Yes.
being 100% a subjective experience.
Yes, that's it. I really do think there's something about that and the way that it relates to technology too. It's really the
Mm,
technology that enables the sharing of this.
mm, mm.
I mean, just on a basic level, cinema is technology. It's exactly a little model of a perceiver. That's what the camera is.
Yes.
It's got an eyeball and some memory.
Yeah.
So it's a very crude model, but
Mm,
it's a model of a human being still. And somehow I think that brings in a magical model, sympathetic magic thing. I think that
I like it.
that camera stands in for the entire cloud of witness that will eventually perceive that film, you know?
Yeah.
That somehow counts.
Wow.
And so the camera starts to attract more synchronicity than even the director or something. You know, it's that camera's movement through the space that eventually and so I feel that somehow the camera operator is a very weird and important magical like position in the occult ritual of making a film, you know?
Yeah.
The people that operate those like, well, we were talking about that a bit the other day, weren't we, with the 9/11 image and the fact that we can't seem to track down a source of that really famous one, you know?
Yeah. Who took that?
Who took it, and how do they relate to it? And
yeah,
like, I wonder about like, to talk. Sorry, this is a bit of a jump, but getting back to child abuse, actually, and these issues, like the Wizard of Oz is something I think a lot about, because Judy Garland was really systematically abused over the course of that film's production.
Yeah.
And when I think about people I would want to be on that set, the camera operator is probably the last thing. Like, that seems to me to be the most horrific position to be in somehow.
Yeah.
You have to film the drugged and raped child pretend to do the happy song, you know?
Yeah. I can see that. It's
like,
more
that was organized by everybody else, and in a way, it's just a job. But wow, that's quite a job. You have to be the big eyeball that eats it all up most directly, you know? And
I definitely, before you said that, I was already seeing it in terms of eating, like devouring
yes, exactly.
I was thinking of the scene in the Red Book, where Jung has to eat.
It's so bizarre, man, that particular movie, because it's just, although it's widely acknowledged amongst certain populations, you know, like people that know a lot about movies and that know a lot about that movie know about this aspect of it. There have been a couple books written and many interviews and so on, but it's not generally known.
No,
you know?
Definitely no.
Like, my family doesn't know, my friends don't know, they don't know anything about the production of Wizard of Oz, you know? And people still watch that movie with their kids. And people still think of that performance as like a classic performance. And it is. She gives a wonderful performance that seems like a girl not fully connected to planet Earth, which is what that character demands, you know?
Yeah.
But it's because she's high and it's in her eyes. That's what sells that, you know?
Yeah.
And you can't fake it, really. And it's just bizarre to me that, like, because I had never really watched that movie. And so when I watched it kind of more or less for the first time as an adult, it was very instantly perceivable, you know? It's bizarre to me that it remains unperceivable. And I do think it somehow relates to people not wanting to know about it, really.
I'm always, I mean, I didn't know about any of this till you told me. And
I didn't either. I just watched the movie. I was like, what is going on? This child is strange in some way. Like, I was kind of wondering, like, if maybe there was something, if maybe she had a condition I didn't know about or something.
Yeah.
You know? But
it's so strange also how that movie is like, it's become like a sacred movie amongst filmmakers, in the sense that there are so many filmmakers that consciously reference it.
Yes.
Right. Like, I know, like David Lynch references it a lot. There's a lot of people who, The Wizard of Oz has almost become like a sacred text. The kind of, it's not, in the sense that it's almost like a movie that doesn't have any copyright or anything. You know, it's just part of the, sacred literature or something.
It's one of the first films to really cross over into being a living myth, I think. because it's like that. It's just constantly reimagined, and yeah.
So no, the fact that there is this sort of abuse at the center of it is very strange. Yeah.
So strange.
Um,
and just strange that is it MGM? I'm just looking it up now. I think that's right. That produced the film. Yeah, MGM. They still make money off this movie. You know what I mean? Like and they've never acknowledged any, like, in my opinion, the Blu-ray of The Wizard of Oz should have a giant documentary about the systematic rape and abuse of Judy Garland. That's a part of the story of the making of this film.
Yeah.
And I find it just grotesque that this company has never been held accountable in any way for any of this. And I think that because there are things like that. I mean, I know this happened a long time ago, 1939, but because there are things like that really just hiding in plain sight in the history of Hollywood, all this energy about the Hollywood pedophile satanic cult, this and that, which I don't know that I necessarily believe exactly.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because the reality is almost worse. You know what I mean? What's worse to you, Alan? Some weird magicians that have taken too many drugs and ended up abusing kids, or a giant company that does it and continues to do it with impunity and with a giant amount of money and marketing resources behind it,
Yeah. Well, what's scary about that, I think, also is that I totally agree that what's worse, because the conspiracy view that describes it as being secret magician kind of things, there's something about that is slightly, even though on the surface it seems scarier because it's more taboo, it's more like, oh wow, secret magicians,
right?
Actually there's something about it that's like that covers up certain things, because if there's the idea with
it pulls it all back into being a myth again on some level. I mean, look, we both believe in magic, right? So obviously we're not saying that's not what makes it a myth. But it's just that it attaches archetypal imagery to a situation. We're dealing with wizards now. Not that. Somehow, I don't know how to describe it. It's like it's dehumanizing in a weird way.
Right. What becomes shocking about it is suddenly the magicians, not the abuse.
Yes.
It decenters the attention.
Yes.
Suddenly,
exactly.
You're not thinking about Judy Garland anymore. You're thinking about the weird sort of rituals. There's a sort of sensationalism about it,
which I think in some unconscious way must allow people to feel as if the abuse is a little more. This must be purely unconscious, but I would almost say justified.
Totally. Yeah, I think, I can feel that it serves that purpose as well. I'm not sure how.
I can't quite say how, but because there's a context that's bigger than the abuse. That's why the abuse is being used to achieve something, and even though we imagine that it's nefarious, that confers a meaning to the abuse. The abuse is just the abuse. It's just abuse. And that's very horrific and stark, I think, to confront. If it's abuse that's part of some big, weird, crazy thing, then you can spread the feeling around a little bit or something. Something like that. Yeah.
Also, another thing about all this is that if we say that the abuse was done intentionally to achieve some sort of a magical goal, I feel that sometimes these kind of explanations, and again, I have no idea, like maybe they're literally, because like you say, we believe in magic. So, I'm pretty sure that there must be people in positions of power who also believe in magic, and, things happen. But I'm also wondering that the magical effects or the properties of something can sometimes happen without there being conscious intention. So that maybe The Wizard of Oz is a magical movie that has had magical effects intensified because of the child abuse in it.
That's it. I really think there's something to that. Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that these magical effects were consciously looked sort of attained. That
God,
maybe it's just a completely like unconscious thing that it ends
it's
up having these
so
problems.
interesting how much that relates to issues surrounding 9/11, you know?
Yeah.
People enjoy The Wizard of Oz as a
Mm.
magical as the example of movie magic, you know?
Yes.
But they're enjoying a blood magic that
Mhm.
involves real sacrifice.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to acknowledge that.
Mm.
You know, because it's completely awful, of course, but
Mhm.
that's actually what that film is. It is both of those things. It
Yes.
did involve the abuse of this child.
Mhm.
And precisely how bad that abuse was, I would just say to people, go read about it, you know?
I really want to read about it actually because I have no idea. I'll have
Yeah,
to.
it's, you know,
I feel sort of because
those things happened. And still, it's a movie that carried that, how to say, helped to grow the imaginations of generations and generations of children. You know?
yeah.
We sacrifice. It's as if we sacrificed a child to raise many other
Yeah.
children.
Yeah.
That's probably not, you know, correct, but that's an aspect of it. Like, and precisely an aspect that we don't want to think about. It seems. But you see, what's so strange about it, maybe, is that isn't all art that way on some level. Generally, the suffering is just on the part of the artist, you know.
Yeah.
But there's always a sacrifice with any labor, any work, you know.
Yeah.
Sacrifice of energy, at least.
Mm. Well, this is reminding me a little bit of what we were saying earlier about you, for example, making a piece of art and suddenly the next day there's a terrible event in the news that
Yeah.
seems to relate to that. That there was something I wanted to say about that because yes, on the one hand, it gives this feeling to the artist that, oh shit, it feels as if I summoned this event, right? It feels as if like I have there has been again like a blood sacrifice involved in me making this art or connected to it in some way. But at the same time, I also wonder if I'm sort of seeing a symbolic side to it in that, how do I say it? For example, let's look at the power outage in New York again. I'm sorry, I'm really sort of jumping back to the start
go
of the
for
podcast.
it. Yeah.
But like, so you know, you said that you would put these images from Ghostbusters. Well, you hadn't, but there was the images of Ghostbusters to
Yeah, they were like queued up essentially.
queued up, and there was the Powerline character from a Goofy movie, and all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And then you have the power outage in New York. And it feels to me as if the power outage then is part of the artwork, but not in the sense that you know that the terrible things happen big in order to not in the sense that we were talking earlier. So earlier we were saying, okay, so it seems as if or like the Kyoto animation thing, people died in result sort of in relation to my art or something like that. But I'm thinking more in terms of that the event of a building burning, for example, is symbolically connected to your art, so that it's almost as if it it brings attention to that aspect of the art, that particular aspect of it, the aspect of the burning building.
Yeah.
In the sense that, for example, when you're dreaming, you may have a dream that includes a lot of different elements. You may dream of a horse, a duck, and a house. And then the next day, you have a synchronicity with a horse. And then you dream of another horse and another horse. And so the other elements, the duck and the house that had appeared in your first dream, they don't seem to have been highlighted. What seems to have been highlighted by synchronicity has been the horse. So there is a soup of symbols, but one of them has been brought out into consciousness. And it almost feels as if, for example, you make a video that includes like burning building, but it also includes other things. Maybe it includes some clouds in the sky and some other images. But then the event in real life, like the animation studio burning or whatever it may be, it's almost as if it's highlighting that particular symbol. And I'm not saying this in terms of agents of like, I'm not saying this in terms of like someone is highlighting the symbol, but in the sense that this symbol is being highlighted. What I mean to say by this is simply that like that you, yes, on the one hand, we can feel bad as if like, we've summoned death, but at the same time, I almost feel as if like it's not so much that maybe that one thing has caused the other, but that something is being highlighted. That's the weird thing. There is a causality because there is a transition. There is a linear transition through time in the sense that as like yesterday that symbol wasn't highlighted, but today it is. Like there is a linear sort of process there's a causal sort of thing. But I don't know. I'm just trying to sort of balance out the responsibility versus no responsibility thing. That on the one hand, because you can feel very responsible for the tragedy connected to the art, but at the same time also feel as if we are we are just like one drop in the ocean of something that's happened. I don't know how to say it. Like,
no, I think I know what you mean. Sort of what you mean, though. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking of like the McKenna. I think I must have used this quote a lot of times. There's this quote of Terence McKenna where like he was thinking about buying, I think it was like a new kind of internet router. Like it was just, he was trying to like improve his internet, but he was thinking about it for months and months, and he just was like, I don't know. And then finally he did. He like spent the money and bought this new like computer thing. And then the same day that he did that, there was some big news story saying how like I don't know, that these kind of internet devices were evolving, like they were like some sort of improvement in the technology happened on that same day. Like that same day he bought it,
right?
Things started like speeding up. In his terms, there was like a big sort of novelty spike on the day that he bought the thing, and then he tells this to his audience, and then he kind of jokes and says, well, if I had known that, I would have bought it months ago, kind of like saying, if I had bought it months ago, maybe there would have been a spike in novelty earlier.
Right.
And you do get this feeling that maybe if we had made...
Dude, I had that feeling so bad with the Notre Dame stuff.
Yeah.
So bizarre. I mean, with the whole YouTube thing in particular, that it thought it saw 9/11.
Oh, yeah.
That event. Yeah. I still feel as if I caused that one directly. Like I can't get away from that feeling. I don't actually believe that, but or maybe I do unconsciously is the problem. I consciously reject that idea, but I still have the impression of it. Yeah.
Because I can see ways in which, for example, that is there is some simultaneously some truth to that, and also a different
Yeah,
perspective.
yeah,
That because yeah, like you say, it seems as if um there is like a screen memories kind of level to
yeah,
this, where like maybe there are certain events that are ripe to happen, but they can't happen yet until like enough um, symbolic perception of them has occurred or something like that. And
right.
so that by an artist making art that resonates with those symbols, the artist or artists
Uh-huh.
all over the world are helping that. It's like birthing, it's like helping that event to happen, to give to. So
Yes.
and of course, I suppose what simultaneously sort of what's scary about that is that it's sort of there is an inevitability to, like, sometimes it feels as if the precog is a warning. It's telling you, let's try and prevent this from happening. Like
Yes.
sometimes it feels as if artists who had precogs about 9/11, it was like the event was giving them warnings to say, hey, let's all do something to prevent this or whatever. But at
Right.
the same time, it also feels like the event symbolically needs to happen. It's like a
Right.
birth.
Right.
It's inevitable. It's like inevitable at that point. And so art needs to be made in order to alleviate the birth pangs or something like that. So it places,
Uh,
it's like the artist has simultaneously, the artist and or all human beings, the responsibility for, you are responsible for a terrible event, like you are causing a terrible event, and at the same time you are healing a terrible event. You are helping it to come out into the surface and
yes.
not be suppressed and not fester under the skin, kind of
Mm-hmm.
get some oxygen. So it's a terrible thing because you don't want it to get some oxygen, because you don't want the terrible event to happen, but at the same time you don't want it to fester underneath. It's like you're torn between those two poles. Um,
Mm.
uh, and of course, it's strange because it has this sort of like weird thing where it feels as if physical reality operates as a shared dream, in the sense that
Yes.
that things appear there are things literally materialize, um, or not, depending on such ethereal things as intention
Yeah.
and hopes or fears and desires and things
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
it's it's really sort of yeah, it's strange.
It's interesting too how much of a move there is to dismiss absolutely the influence of things like hopes and dreams and desires and so on, fears.
Hmm.
Um, because one doesn't even need to appeal to an occult or paranormal context to to make the argument. You know, it's like the psychological situation that groups exist in.
Yeah.
Those situations are real and interact with the historical situation. You know, uh,
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Yes.
I just don't see how it could. You know, it's like what makes a war.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
It's a lot of people being agitated in a particular way. You know, um, but we really don't. We don't. We ought to think of those things as being far more substantial than we
Mm.
do. It seems to me. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
they really are substantial.
Yeah. That is strange how we the general way that people tend to look at like the news and current events
Yeah.
sometimes kind of really undermines that, because like you say, there is a very, admittedly slightly like okay. i I agree. I sometimes think that there is big material things like a war. Yeah, there is things such as like fears and desires and hopes and prejudice obviously play a big role in it. So
Mhm.
I always wonder why that isn't like well, that seems to be repressed, because
Yeah.
when we talk about war in the news, we talk about big tangible things, almost as if a war had nothing to do with emotions. I mean, that's not true.
That's right. People want to make it all about kind of issues,
Yeah, yeah.
But these issues all seem invented and very. I mean, that's not true, of course. There are real issues in the world, but you know what I mean? Like, they always seem to be kind of dancing around underlying things that are just far more emotional. Yeah.
And there's always this feeling that, if only we could, if the news seems to say that if only we could transform physical conditions in this way or that way,
Yes.
then we would
Right.
then we would prevent the war. But
Yeah.
and there is definitely so much truth to that, and it's a truth that I personally repress a lot. But
Yeah.
but as Carl Jung says in the Red Book, that when he was seeing World War One kind of erupt, it was like, yes, but this is such a sort of spiritual, psychological process that it's sort of it's something that's going on within psyche,
Yes.
and that uh, and of course, yeah, that's why I'm also sort of I'm scared of being too dismissive of the material thing, because they go hand in hand. I mean, obviously, there is no psyche without sort of real material issues. Um, but yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not sure how we got here.
No. That's just always the case, isn't it? End up somewhere. Well, some distance ago, we were trying to get a better handle on exactly what is meant by sync in the modern context. And predictably, I think we complicated that issue rather than clarified it. Yeah.
Well, I'm curious. I don't know if it relates to this, but you said earlier that you wanted to bring up the topic of we're already dead. The idea that we're already dead.
That's right.
Okay. I don't know if that. Yeah.
Well, the "we're already dead" thing just is a little thought experiment, kind of. It just follows out of like, okay, an event happened in 2001 that was so something that we don't know, so potent, so visually perfect, so amplified by tech, so all of those things, or some other thing, so something that it broke a particular kind of barrier, and some information about it went against the conventional flow of time, or what we take to be that,
Yes.
So that means, I think, as an inescapable conclusion, that on some level, that obviously we don't understand because it seems like a paradox, but on some level, that event had already happened.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
How can I have seen? How can I have seen a kind of weird, unconscious, remixed broadcast, but nevertheless a broadcast of that event when I was 4 in 1989?
Yeah.
Yeah. It means that 9/11 happened already. It already happened because there's some information to be seen about it, which I did see. And of course, this would hinge on us accepting that information is not accidental. That in a sense it was caused by that event, which is maybe not the right way to think about it. But I think that the information in Back to the Future is so high dimensional. That's my weird little pet term that I stole from neural net people. But by that I just mean many coincidences together with lots of nice meta properties, like, by which I mean they appear together with each other, they They're all glued together in that movie in a way that's really impressive. So it's like, okay, I saw all that, but it implies a symmetry between the past and the future, you know?
Yes.
Because if 9/11 existed already,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and I witnessed it twice, like Marty, who watches The Honeymooners in 1985 and then in 1955 again, and he calls it a rerun. But no one in his context then understands how it can be a rerun. It's because he saw it in the future as well.
Mm-hmm.
It means, you see, that the me that watched it is still alive today, also, as just the invert, like as the almost like the corollary of it, you know.
Yeah.
So the past dead and the future dead are all the same. But then what does it mean about the present? I don't know. There's something so strange about it. Like it's as if there really is no difference between the living and the dead.
Yeah.
We're all alive and dead all at once because we exist in a hyper state that includes all those points in time, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, who knows what we're even talking about? That would be consistent with Einstein's ideas about time, because he thought it was a big cube, a hypercube. And so he really did think that the past and the present and the future existed simultaneously.
Yes.
That's just one model of time, kind of maybe an antiquated one now or something. But
yeah.
But I just think that I just had the realization at one point that it was like perhaps there was too much emotion, there was too much feeling on that event to amongst the living as defined by the moment when that event occurred.
Yeah.
So it spilled over into the dead. Going into the past is the same as going into the world of the dead. Back to the Future teaches that in its way that it substitutes the underworld journey with a time travel narrative, you know? So maybe that's like literally true. Maybe maybe it's literally true. Yeah.
The past becomes the dead. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I do. Yeah,
but that
I
means
do
we're
feel
always
that
dead.
way. Yeah.
We're always dead relative to the future. We're ghosts right now relative to the next minute.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the funny thing.
Yeah. I know
Every
this.
point is alive and dead relative to some other point you could select, you know, in the big hyper time cube.
Yeah. God.
And somehow I think Prince of Darkness is all about that, with its Schrodinger cat narrative and all this.
Oh.
Alive and dead at the same time.
I definitely resonate with the idea that we're already dead. That kind of sort of thing where you're seeing events happen.
It's just such a perfect description, isn't it, of the present? Exactly. It's always dying and being born. You're always dying. You're always slipping into, like, there's part of you that's always becoming a past dead state, and part of you that's always about to emerge. So the present partakes equally of death and life. Somehow.
Yeah. Have you watched...
I do think it's complicated, though. You don't want to say necessarily that the future is life and the past is death.
Right.
In the way both past and future are death. They're both not actual.
Exactly. Yes. Right. Exactly. And that's funny because I was thinking about this recently, that what seems to differentiate the present from the past and the future seems to be simply a big statement. An issue of focus, in the sense that, like, in a conventional dream, things are slightly out of focus. You're not, like, right in the here and now, or maybe you are as you dream, but our memory of a dream, let's forget about dreams. Let's talk about the past and the future. When you remember the past, when you remember the past, you it's a, we use all these words like hazy. It's a hazy memory, or it's like,
Yes. Yeah.
if I remember myself in the past, I can maybe see my old sort of grandmother's house or whatever, and I can see the trees and I can see whatever, but maybe I can't smell the trees and I can't touch
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
the intensity. Maybe in certain states I could smell the trees, like
Right.
in
Deep
in a
meditation or
in
something.
deep meditation, exactly. And and as lucid dreams seem to suggest, you can actually be in a full state of presence in a dream, in a
Yes.
way where the textures, the smells, the sounds are all there, and you're experiencing them all, and things
I
are
think there
hard
are
and
maybe
soft.
two important things to differentiate there, right? Because
Right.
there's the fidelity of the experience of the dream
Hmm.
or the memory, and
Yes.
then there's the accuracy of that experience to the, if we're talking about memory, to the
Yeah.
actual event, or if we're talking about a dream, to the actual dream versus the recollection of the dream. And
Hmm.
they're not necessarily the same, right? I can have a very high fidelity experience of a memory, but it might be constructed largely.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah. That's the
Yeah.
bugaboo with like alien abduction and hypnosis and all of this. How
Mm.
much of that is memory versus how much of it is live fantasy that's just very immersive, you know?
Mm. Right. I suppose because like maybe how do I say it? It's almost as if like one possibility is that the present moment is the moment where things are most in focus. So
I
that
like that. Something seems right about that. Yeah.
in some, just in the idea that actually what differentiates the past from the future and the present may not be that the past is like behind us and the future is in front of us, but simply that like um you are like different experiences can be in focus. And
Yes.
right now, the experience that is in focus for me is chatting on Skype right now. So it's like this is what's in focus right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
I love this. Yeah.
so, uh, and I'm not sure what I don't know where I wanted to go
Well,
with
because
that, but
it
just
seems
yeah.
to track the art making stuff we were talking about earlier. It
Hmm.
seems to me that, well, at least in my recent examples, the potentially precognitive material is the stuff that happened in the areas of unfocus, as it were.
Ah, yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The areas of unfocus. Yeah.
Which is just the same as saying the areas where the unconscious is
Mm,
dominant,
yes.
I would suppose. Yeah.
And it almost like feels as if okay, one possibility, and I can think of things that contradict this, but one possibility
Sure.
is that the things that are not in focus, or there are many things that are not in focus, which are traumatic.
Yeah, yes.
And
They're not in
so
focus because they're unpalatable specifically.
exactly right.
Yeah.
And yeah, and sometimes it feels as if um slightly digestible, diluted versions of them
Yes.
emerge into focus. Like in the case of 9/11, let's say, maybe you see that scene in Back to the Future, or maybe you see two sandcastles in the beach fall,
Yes.
or
Yeah.
something enters into focus in your experience that is like a slightly less gritty, less intense version of what is hiding under the surface.
Yeah. Yeah, and very often we try to avoid catching any reflections of those things because
Mm,
it's very unpleasant even to
mm,
see the diluted form.
yeah.
Um, but of course, it probably is part of a house cleaning thing, as it were.
Mm,
Um, your psyche is its opportunities to process it in little segments. Yeah.
mm. And
We go into at the same time. I think we go into searching states after
mm,
traumatic events where we're seeking out reflections of the trauma again. It's just that it's
Yeah.
quite unconscious, and that's how a lot of people end up back in abusive relationships and things like that. I really think it's about that somehow.
Right. Interesting. Yeah. You may be like trying to sort of understand the experience, to sort of, I don't know.
There's a lesson in the experience somewhere, probably.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Exactly. There's a lesson that is wanting to be heard.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's why, well, that's sort of one of the things where sync really feels like a conversation with
Yes.
with an other, or with many others, because like you say, like the dead, or something like that, because you sometimes it really does feel like something is trying to be said, and I'm not listening to it, I'm not hearing it.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
And because I don't want to hear it, it is said louder and louder
Yes.
until I hear it.
Until it's said so loudly that it
Yeah.
breaks the barrier between the past and the future.
Right,
And,
right, right.
yeah.
That's so interesting.
And becomes a major motion picture coming soon this summer.
Yeah. And God, it reminds me of this thing of We're Already Dead. So many movies that use this theme. You know, have you watched Jacob's Ladder?
I actually haven't. I've
Right.
watched like reviews of it, and every time I'm like, wow, this looks really interesting, but I haven't seen it.
Okay. Right. Well,
It's like a
yeah.
post-war. Is it Vietnam maybe, or
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was going to like majorly spoil the film.
Oh, go ahead. It's spoiled.
Yeah. Okay.
I pretty much, yeah.
Right. Right. Well, I suppose
I've researched it a couple times, kind of thing, but I've just never watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's this idea, right, that the protagonist is dead,
Right.
and he's sort of traveling through this deathland made up of his memories, and he doesn't realize it. He starts to notice that something is strange, and investigates this strangeness. So basically he starts having synchronicities.
Yes.
And and then finally, he sort of learns what was trying to be said. He hears what was trying to be said, and that's when, in a traditional sort of like way, he ascends to heaven, because like,
Right.
once he's made peace with whatever it was that he wasn't wanting to hear, he can.
There's a movie with Christian Bale that is almost exactly that structure. It's called The Machinist, maybe. He plays a character that has insomnia. I think like never hasn't slept in years or something is the setup for this.
Okay.
He's like really emaciated and kind of like not well. But basic I don't know if it's that he's already dead, but there's some kind of a repressed issue that ends up being like a big M. Night Shyamalan .jpeg like context inversion at the end,
Right.
In a similar kind of way, I think.
It's these kind of films, they intrigue me because it's sort of this same thing, right? That at the beginning of the movie, this guy isn't perceiving anything traumatic in his life.
Right.
But slowly, traumatic reflections start to creep up around him.
Yes.
And only when he confronts them, at the moment of confronting them, time breaks, like you said, because suddenly you can't really tell, is he in the past, living a memory in the past, or is he in the future already having
God, and it's so strange how trauma really does blur that just in a practical way. That's the whole thing. It's like past experience intruding onto present experience in a way that makes it impossible to pull apart, like PTSD and all this,
Yeah.
It's funny. They're just at that level. It just seems that there's something about the human being that like it gets a little temporally scrambled when it gets confused in a certain way or something,
Huh. Right. That is why synchromysticism, as in the sort of the early blogs of the
Yes.
synchrosphere kind
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
thing, are interesting
Ah.
because it's as if you start to see temporal scrambling that you can share with other people.
Yes, it's objective scrambling.
Right. So suddenly it's like, it's no longer, oh, okay, my brain is broken,
Yes,
but
yes,
that
exactly. It's the thing.
the meta brain is broken, if you want to say,
The
like
meta
what.
brain broke. Yeah.
Right, like some,
Well,
if
there are
we want
aspects
to.
of the 9/11 thing that imply it's like the simulation broke, like that weird
Yeah.
stuff with the weather immediately preceding the event, like
Oh yeah.
that cloud cover on that day, like 9/10. On 9/10, if you looked at the Twin Towers, you would have seen them covered in low clouds in just a particular way that would have been very evocative
Mm,
of the smoke coming out of the North Tower the
yeah.
following day. That's like that gets again to this where's the cognition thing.
Right.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what you were saying about the birds flying
Yes,
by in the movie.
just like that.
Um
Yeah, yeah.
and
Except you see somehow the movie again, even the fact that it's a movie makes it more palatable to me. Like
mm,
that's weirder than base precognition. There's
yeah.
precognition, and then there's what happened with these movies, which is weirder. But that's even less weird than the clouds on 9/10 because
Yeah.
at least in the movie there's a ritual, so maybe it was evoked or something. But with the with the weather, it's just the weather.
Yeah.
Oh, that one bothers me. It's just weather.
Yeah, I know
The
it's
weather can't be a display. It's not a fantasy. It's not human agency hasn't touched it in any way.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
So maybe it's just an accident. It's not, but
Mm,
but the whole issue is that this event seems to have attracted so many accidents at once.
mm, mm.
It's just that usual point or that usual problem of being certain about the cloud of points, but not certain about the status of each point.
This is
Who's
why.
to say if that weather is anything other than just some weather? But it conforms
Mm,
to an image pattern that
yeah.
appears with far too great frequency. It seems to me
Mm.
overall.
I think like this is why I tend to gravitate towards uh the idea of
Oh, and by the
reality.
way, for anybody
Yes.
listening, there's a great documentary called 9/10, all about the day before 9/11 that will show you those images. Although they don't, it's just a normal documentary. They don't talk about it in the context of synchronicity or anything. They just
Mm-hmm.
use it for dramatic effect because it's very dramatic. The whole documentary opens with it, and you think you're looking at a picture of 9/11, but then they drop the actual date. It's like the intro to this documentary about 9/10.
Yeah, that is so funny because it's like it's almost like the filmmakers probably wanted to avoid that, but they just couldn't. Like
Yeah,
there's no
I have
way they could
no
avoid.
idea, but they certainly ended up milking it. Even
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think they even I don't remember exactly. I think they even have an interview with someone talking about how strange it was and so on, though. So
Mm.
I know they go a lot into the lightning storms that happened. That's something that's an aspect of the Back to the Future puzzle that isn't often discussed.
Ah.
That that narrative involves a storm, but there really was a storm on 9/10, a big storm, and
Oh
there are
shit.
lots of images of the World Trade Center. I think it was actually struck by lightning during that. So it's not unusual; it gets struck by lightning all the time.
Mm.
But there was a
Right.
really big lightning storm just not even 24 hours before the event.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think sort of that's why I don't know like what
How long are these episodes allowed to be? Sorry.
yeah,
We've
I
talked
don't yeah, I don't know. I know that the
2.5 hours.
the early always records, like I think the first 3 episodes are all like 5 hours each or something.
Oh wow.
Like,
Okay, great.
I
However long.
they were so funny. I think like the first episodes, like you could really tell that like Alan, David, and Bill like really wanted to talk about so many things.
Yeah. I should go
It's-
back and listen to the really early ones. I haven't.
mm,
I always just
yeah, I
kind
would
of
love.
random access sample it, you know?
Mm,
And, yeah.
yeah, I would love to. Yeah, re-listen to many of those. But
The
yeah.
decision with you see, to me, it all starts to feel like this is probably at the level of like monkeys not understanding anything, you know? But all of this stuff to me just implies that we're living in a book, you know? It just all feels like foreshadowing. In the end, I feel that it's foreshadowing more than it is precognition. It's dramatic setup, you know?
Yeah.
It's just what you do if you were writing a story. So I don't know, like
Yeah. I mean, it's
to
kind
me,
of
it really
like
does go to like God and like God's big story and like ideas like that. I don't know how else to think about it in the end. I guess at the moment, anyway.
no, I know perfectly exactly that. I think that there is a level of weirdness where I also just I go to the most sort of simple myth structure that I
Yeah,
can
you
think
know,
of.
yeah, exactly.
And I suppose that's the cool thing about myths in the sense that they I don't know that they give a little bit
Yeah, yeah,
of a safety net for weird experiences or something like that. I don't know.
yes, yeah,
And McKenna, I mean, that's what McKenna believed. I think that the world is made, reality is made of stories instead of
yes,
atoms.
yes,
And I really like that. Uh, I think like I was thinking things like the clouds materializing the day before the
yeah,
smoke of 9/11.
yeah. Oh, it's so weird that.
It like I think the myth structure that I always sort of go to is just the it's almost kind of embarrassing. It's just the idea of reality being a dream,
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah.
or being sort of, or basically the
Well,
difference
that's really
between
what
a
I'm
dream.
saying, I suppose.
Right.
Stories probably just come from dreams, you know. Yeah.
Like, right, that's interesting. Stories coming from dreams. Yeah.
Isn't the dream the original story,
The
you know?
original story. Yeah. Fuck, that's so interesting. Because it's like a remix artist that transforms
Yeah.
it tells stories with the stuff that you've seen. It
Yeah,
puts them
yeah,
into
yeah.
stories.
Yeah.
Um I suppose
Yeah, so funny. So strange.
like because in the same way that
I love what all of this implies about copyright and all this, you know? To me, that's just so delicious somehow. It's
that's
like
true.
it's like images being copied around like space time in this insane way, with no regard for the rules of like sanity, even much less like legal anything. Yeah.
Right, the gods are sort of copyright defying remix artists.
Yes. Exactly. Exactly.
Wearing like 90s sort of like shades and like the baseball cap sort of the other way around.
Oh, speaking of which, there's a behind the scenes on a Goofy movie. It's like
Cool.
an hour long with lots of interviews with the animators. It's just it's
Oh
such a
fuck.
90s time capsule. It's great.
Okay, I really want to watch that. Okay.
It's really pretty entertaining. I think it was made for the Disney Channel, so it's kind of like intercut with like some young Disney star like telling you about the movie at Disney World. It's a pretty weird video.
Oh, cool. Well, just like I was thinking because it's just like how if in a dream you're like depending on exactly, it's sort of depending on the requirements of the story, the
Yeah.
dream will change, and also depending on the intentions, the fears, and all that stuff. So it's like when you if you applied that to all of reality, not in the usual solipsistic way that we see dreams, as in my dream is my own little world, but sort of as
Right,
a
right.
completely shared thing, and not even shared just amongst humans, but shared amongst like all objects potentially.
Ah, interesting. Bringing in
That
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 that triple O.
exactly, exactly that perhaps sort of
That's object-oriented ontology for everyone else.
right. Yeah, just the sort of the idea that the clouds as a hypothesis, obviously, that the clouds materialize before the event, maybe because like the if we were to
Makes
look at from a purely precognitive point, it's like all of human beings were so unconsciously aware that this was going to happen, that or not just human beings, but like exactly the I don't that's okay, that's why I brought in non-human objects in the picture into the picture, because I don't think it's human centric. That's
right,
the only
right.
that's
Ah,
the
this
only
is
way
yes, 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 yes.
that's the only way that the clouds could be explained. It's that somehow I am just as much an object as the cloud is. Like I am just as much an object in this dream as the cloud is. So like the cloud arises in the dream, but like you say, if it
But it's like to
arises,
start with, there have to be people that
yeah,
caused
pers-
9/11 and witness that, and then relate it back to those clouds.
right,
There's no such situation without the perceiving subjects to start with. So I feel that it somehow is still human centric.
yeah, no, it is
Although I completely understand what you're saying as well. My instinct actually is to go even more animist with it somehow and say that like
mhm,
even the clouds felt the pain of those ghosts.
right,
Um,
right.
yeah.
No, I see what you mean. That definitely sort of, in order for like the reason why those clouds on the day before are even significant is
Right. Right.
because we perceive them and relate
Right.
them to. So we are seeing a meaningful connection between those two
Right.
images, the image of the smoke and the image of the
Or
thing.
or I guess we think that anyway.
Right.
We think
Yeah.
that human beings generate this the significance.
Right. Exactly. I think that this may relate to what you were saying before about the cognition and precognition, that
Right. 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 Right.
that perhaps.
Well, that's right. It really is an
Mm,
assumption that
mm,
perception and meaning and anything else has anything to do with computation and cognition and all this.
mm,
I guess it seems that's the whole can of worms. I guess.
mm. That perhaps there is a way in which yeah, consciousness or perception or all these things that that are human um, are also properties of reality, in the same way that
Yeah.
um, in the same way that gravity. No, I hate this, but like as like I don't know. I say like as in just yeah, like water evaporating and plants growing and
Yes.
rocks crumbling. That there is something. Um,
Well, that would seem to be
yeah, I
the
don't
the
know.
big implication with the Jungian idea of the unconscious, I guess, right?
Mm,
Because the whole idea is that there are meanings that are pre-existent in there
mm,
that consciousness just discovers. It discovers the archetypes, doesn't really
mm,
make them. And in as much as the unconscious can be thought of as extending back through time, in a sense, into the world of primordial animal instinct and so on, it does seem to suggest that meaning precedes the human being in a major way.
yeah. Huh. And this, okay,
It seems like it's
this,
just as connected to life. I would say that we can probably talk about the idea of meaning in a meaningful way in relation to even things like plants. And
mm,
I guess once you lose nervous systems, it does get harder to think about. But
mm.
but yeah, who
It's
knows? Like I'm very open to the idea of
all.
of I don't know, like spirit somehow
Mm,
existing in the inanimate world in a much more direct and literal way than we tend to think of it, you know?
Like, or again,
Because what is any of this stuff in the end?
yeah.
What is any of it? Why is there such a thing called matter that gets configured in patterns and all this? What is all that? A bunch of weird patterns out there? What is that? I don't. It's bizarre to me. People think they know what they're talking about in any way, you know, about this stuff. As far as I know, the whole thing could be a giant movie made by some weird alien. And we're just in it, you know. Maybe they make movies in a different way than we do. Maybe they make movies in a super simulated, generative way that involves me having lots of interior experiences and all this.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've.
Sorry, I'm doing the very annoying, like, I don't know, what can we call this, like the alchemist's gambit or something, like just like blowing the context out to like infinity so that nothing can be said about anything ever again. Anything's possible, and we have no idea what's going on. So
No, I mean, I think it to me it opened up two things. First, it opens up the issue of the dead again,
yes.
because it makes me wonder, like Terence McKenna said as well, I kind of almost see the dead and the world of the dead as being everything that isn't in the present moment. That's a tentative kind of definition. But like that that such things as well, okay, so here's the question that
on one level, well,
no,
on
please.
one level, it seems that experiences of the dead for human beings tend to come in two forms. One is direct encounters with spirits in waking or dream states or some other state, and I suppose we could include there people, animals, whatever. But then there's this whole other category of experience of the dead that happens indirectly through impressions. And that seems to be a little more common. This is people receiving signs and so on that they interpret as being in relation to the dead. And also things like a big part of the dead, at least in our culture, seems to revolve around lifeless things moving, especially also things floating.
Yeah.
I think that there's a weird interrelationship between, like, on the one hand, ghost I have this feeling a lot watching ghost movies. Like, ghost movies are movies about objects moving around without people touching them. That's actually what the movies are about. It's a category of movie we like to watch where we just watch inanimate objects pop around. There's like an innate pleasure in that, and then we invent this explanation of ghosts to make it rational. That's the irony.
Interesting.
Thinking of it as being ghosts gives it a causal explanation, makes it rational, so we don't have to feel silly about enjoying the raw pleasure of a thing that shouldn't be alive being alive. But then it makes me think about synchronicity, because so much of synchronicity and so much of these movies seems like it's about like the inanimate objects or the background coming to life and behaving in intelligent ways. It's like the objects decided to go together for reasons of meaning or something. You know, and then we think that that's ghostly. It almost makes me think in weird literal directions of like maybe souls live in inanimate objects, like, and maybe in some way these objects really did move themselves in these movies. Like, yeah, some person actually moved them, but they attracted those people.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
You mean like, okay, so you mean like in the movie itself?
I mean like the idea of gnomes moving things around when people aren't looking, except there are no gnomes. It's just spirits living in these objects. Like maybe the ghost of someone who died actually lives in that Coke can that Mac touches. And I don't know. This is insane, obviously. Like,
yeah. No, I mean,
There's just
I
something
think
so weird and so persistent in the way that inanimate objects moving where they shouldn't, and the idea of the dead like go together in our fiction.
mm, yes,
And I
yes,
suppose in
because
our experiences of the dead. Like for me, it
mm,
was a like light bulb thing, you know.
mm. And
It
like
becomes blind, it becomes intelligent. It
mm,
yeah, it's uncanny. Or it mimes intelligence or something.
I suppose like again in the case of dreams, for example, where for example, imagine you're in a dream. You dream that you get some bad news from someone, and as this dream character is giving you the bad news, um, like the weather goes crazy. Like
Mm,
there's like tornadoes and stuff, and in the dream you clearly perceive that the weather is connected to your bad news, or that the two events are in synchrony. We tend
right.
to accept that in dreams, um, so that it's as if the emotion of getting bad news is being represented in the weather as well, and in other aspects
Yes,
of the
yes.
environment of the dream.
Right.
um,
And that's how it always seems to work in art as well.
right.
Whenever the lovers break up, there's always an instant rainstorm, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Or like in disaster movies as well, where like the disaster, like there's an asteroid about to collide into Earth, and it always
Yes.
gets sort of related to the love affair in the movie. Like
Yes, yeah, yeah.
the the asteroid always seems to connect with the love affair in some way.
Yes, yeah.
And I'm I'm thinking
Yeah.
of animism in those terms, in the sense that not so much that the tornadoes, like yeah, the tornadoes may be individual entities, individual like sort of beings that are arising in fury and sadness at the same time as you are getting the bad news.
Yeah.
But also, it seems as if maybe there is less, like, how do I say it, that that the storm, it's like again, like the typical sort of image of a magnet behind a magnet sort of making everything constellate around it. That it's almost as if you, like, you being sad and the storm breaking out are both reflections of some sort of an archetypal sadness that is arising in the moment. So that maybe it's not so much that the storm was caused by your bad news, um and that, to me, it makes me think of animism in a different way, in that maybe I am also one of the physical objects that
Yes.
is
Right.
that I am less alive than I think. That's the thing.
Yes.
It's
Uh-huh,
not so much
uh-huh,
like
uh-huh.
I like to think of the idea that it's not that rocks are more alive than I think, but that I am less alive than I
Ah,
think.
interesting.
that I don't know why I get
Yes,
this
yeah.
feeling, but I get this feeling somehow.
Interesting.
Um, and I can't remember
Well,
now, but
I
I
do
wanted to
think that
connect that.
there's a I think I perceive a general shift in that direction in philosophy right now. I
Ah,
think I think a lot of people are starting to intuit that there's something to do with consciousness that really is a trick, and
yeah.
that makes us think we have more agency than we do. I
Hmm.
think I see that rising again as an idea. Um, it seems very popular with people who also think about simulations and so on. You know, um,
Yeah.
it goes along with. I think it does go along, frankly, with things we are starting to learn because of neural networks and et
Mm.
cetera. Like, there's a feeling that maybe meaning and just a lot of what we experience as experience falls out of math in a really weird way that implies, I don't know, seems to imply, at least on an emotional level, like that we're just much more machine-like than we would like to believe, really.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, yeah, closer to something inanimate, mechanistic, just responding to causal laws, And of course, it must be that way on some level. What are we? I mean, we're partly causal, obviously. We seem to exist in a causal reality.
It kind of reminds me of what you were saying before about that we are half dead and half alive, or that we're a sort of
that's it. It just seems that we're not merely causal.
Right.
There's this whole other strange domain of potential, whatever that is.
Exactly. Yeah. That it's that it's this sort of both things, because you see, I've seen, like, it's funny now you mention it. I haven't never read Daniel Dennett, but I have a feeling that Daniel Dennett also is kind of really...
Daniel Dennett doesn't really believe in consciousness, at least not anything that I would recognize as consciousness.
No.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, without having read him, I have a bit of a...
I have read him, and his arguments are not convincing, in my opinion. You're not missing much.
Right.
Sorry, Daniel. I don't think you think very well about consciousness.
I'm curious because I get the feeling that I wouldn't agree with him.
I actually had a dream where Daniel Dennett's book, Consciousness Explained, was used as a symbol of, like, old world thinking about time. And it was being washed down the river of time, like out with the garbage, basically.
That's really interesting.
My unconscious doesn't seem to like Dennett either. We're in agreement there, consciously and unconsciously.
I feel like I feel like I want to read him because I feel that I want to try and understand, in this terrible sort of like debate club kind of way. I want to try and understand the position that I'm trying to debate against.
That makes sense.
To see,
but also he's an enjoyable author. Like, he writes very well, and his book Consciousness Explained contains tons of interesting facts about the way visual perception works, and lots of cool stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I feel
it's just that he thinks these things explain things, and I don't think they explain anything. I just see, okay, here's some interesting stuff, but how any of that is meant to explain consciousness remains very opaque to me by the end of his book. It just seems like he's assembled a bunch of ideas about how perception works mechanistically, but as we were just saying, unfortunately, that only goes so far. He's a strict, I don't know, like, I don't think he believes in something like irrationality, really,
Yeah. No, exactly. I have the feeling because all I've heard is people talk about him, like Graham Harman, this other philosopher that we mentioned. Well, we mentioned object-oriented ontology earlier.
Yeah.
So he's one of the philosophers in that sort of area, and I get the feeling exactly that I probably wouldn't agree with Dennett at a very sort of axiomatic level, at a very basic kind of level, and I also feel that probably these, but okay.
It's worth saying, by the way, that right now I think that the anti-Dennett sort of approach is very in vogue in philosophy of mind. I think there are more contemporary philosophers leaning in the direction of things like idealism and even forms of animism and so on than there are leaning in the how to call it, the basically material reductive sort of direction that Dennett takes. Yeah.
It's interesting though, because like you said before, it's as if even though Dennett probably rejects a lot of the things that I believe in, he definitely seems to be like him and probably other people in that area sort of it's sort of the idea that everything is dead, basically. Right. Or not, that's sort of a naive way to put it, but it's
I know what you mean. Yeah.
It's interesting because it's as if there is.
Well, Dennett never really addresses creativity. It's the problem. Which seems to me very important, and he just doesn't have any explanation for how you get from one thing to the next. Do you know what I mean? Like, if it's just sort of pushing logical consequences around.
Yep.
It's novelty. It's novelty that he can't account for, it seems to me. I don't know. A novel idea, how does a novel idea form in the human being? I don't want to know how a human being can reach correct conclusions on the basis of kind of logical symbol manipulation or something.
Yeah. Right, exactly. Yeah.
That's exactly the part that Dennett can explain, because it's the part that's easily explainable. Yeah. Right? The whole issue are the parts that aren't easily explainable. So
yeah.
Really, like everybody else, I'm just annoyed that he called his book Consciousness Explained. It's a very presumptuous and stupid thing to call a book.
Yeah.
But maybe he's just ahead of the game with like clickbait titling,
Like exactly, like in the it's sort of just interesting that these the mix between these two things, like you're saying, sort of that there is there seems to be ways in which we are dead and ways in which we are alive. I mean, even that is such a sort of, it clearly is just a poetic way of talking about it, because I don't even know what those words mean really.
Yes, we have to do a little bit of the alchemist's maneuver and
exactly
say that living and dead understanding those would rely on a prior understanding of like time. Like, because that's all that's about, right? What makes you dead or not is just what point in time we're talking about. But
right, exactly. Like those words get so redefined in the kind of conversation that we're using them in, that it's hard to know exactly what they mean anymore, because it gets to a point where a memory in the past seems to be the world of the dead, or a cartoon movie seems to be the world of the dead. So that
I would say,
and yet it's very alive.
A huge part of the subjective experience of like movie sync, video sync, for me, is that sense of entering a space of the dead, a crypt or a graveyard, or especially a tomb, something buried for a long time, I wonder if that's just a general feeling. Like, I wonder if other movie sync people have that kind of corpsey feeling about it. Or if that's just me. And also, if that isn't, though, just maybe a general thing to do with the unconscious, too, not just movies and so on. Like, to me, for instance, the aspect of Christianity as well that's the most interesting is like the zombie aspects. I'm really interested in Christ rising from the dead and this notion of the return of the dead at the end of the millennium, and those things catch me in a way that the other parts of it don't. I think we've talked before about the degree to which sync becomes personalized through one's preferred aesthetic paradigm, Maybe I just think about it in terms of the dead and ghosts and so on, which isn't the only way I think about it, but maybe I prefer to think about it that way because I just like those things. I don't know. Maybe it's no more. It's so hard, because I feel like that metaphor is the closest I get to the reality of it. But it's hard to know if that's describing something objective or subjective. Maybe it is the closest I get to the reality of it. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
But that's just because of the degree to which I get along with the metaphor, not because the metaphor is actually that closer or more distant than some other metaphor. Does that make sense kind of?
Yeah.
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 Also, to what extent that even matters. I don't know why I remain still so hung up on these questions of objectivity and subjectivity. I kind of know the whole thing is a ruse on some level.
Well, I think like
it's just that you just can't get rid of them that easily though. Those categories are so useful and fundamental. Yeah. Too bad that they I guess are also not true in some very fundamental way as well. Makes it all really complicated.
It's interesting because it kind of reminds me of what we were saying about conspiracy theory earlier as well. I feel as if like there is a kind of person who is very interested in history and politics and really resonates with that area, and so they can really dig into it and discover certain things that I wouldn't, because I don't have the
totally yeah
the drive to move in that direction. So that maybe for them they would watch a goofy movie, for example, and they would, it maybe would take them down rabbit holes that I don't find interesting. And so I find that very cool, because it's almost as if those rabbit holes get explored by someone else.
I agree. Yeah.
Like I don't have the responsibility to explore them.
Yeah.
Like there is a way, which is kind of cool, because it's almost as if like so like like you say, it's as if we get close to different kinds of objects and different rooms of the maze. I imagine it like different sort of rooms in a big palace or something.
That's
or
cool.
kind of like that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this explanation that I'm giving is resting on the assumption that none of these rabbit holes is more sort of, important than others, or like I can also see my own biases, obviously, maybe unavoidably, in my explanation, in that like I'm not allowing some things to be more important than other things. They would be like, some things would be more important in certain contexts. I don't know.
I think
strange.
It has to be because well, sticking with movie sync, video it's so. I mean, I know films are visually dense and there's a lot in them, but they're also very specific. It seems to me just inevitable that it's like no matter how you cut Back to the Future, the clock tower is in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Along with some other things, but it's just a big picture, and the clock tower can be interpreted in many ways, but not in every way. It's a specific symbol,
Yes.
And so I think that there are clearly grooves that are deeper than others,
Yeah, like the tower can't so easily be interpreted as a valley or a hole. Like it's clearly a protruding object in that sense.
Right. It's definitely a masculine space around that symbol. Also, as the clock relating to time gods, which It's funny. Time gods come in both male and female forms. The female forms aren't often thought of as being time gods, like the Norns, for instance, but they are clearly. They come in three. They kind of represent past, present, and future, and weave fate. So those are feminine time gods, but a clock tower struck by lightning is masculine 3 times in a row. You know,
Right.
it's a tower, it's a clock, and it's lightning, which is Zeus. So
Yeah.
It's difficult. I suppose that lightning could be read as feminine in a different culture. However, once again, Back to the Future emerges from a particular culture.
Yes.
American
Exactly.
culture, which definitely would regard lightning as a masculine symbol. So
Yeah.
At the same time, just because certain things are deposited with more frequency or something, I don't think necessarily means that they're more meaningful. Some of the most meaningful parts of films to me are disconnected from anything else in the movie, and they're just tiny little incidental things.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. That does seem like a really tricky thing to hold together. Like, on the one hand, there is something about synchronicity that I think you can even experience. Wouldn't you say that you can even experience directly at certain extreme levels of sync? That the fractality of it. I've had experiences where that aspect of sync, where everything is a reflection of everything else infinitely, is present in the visionary experience as an image, even, or at least as an idea or as an intuition. You know. So I'm really not comfortable dismissing it as like Alan's bias, you know, like it's really a part of it. And yet also not. Yeah, it's just one of the. It's a paradoxical aspect of sync, I guess. It seems that way to me too. Yeah.
Yeah. No, and also because like I'm, how do I say it? I almost that level where sync becomes this huge unity where everything is one at the same time. That doesn't sort of enter into like that. How do I say it? My journey or my experience through it is very individual and very particular. So it's not
right.
Like for example, that's what I find weird about it, that there are sort of particular little okay, this is what's strange.
But you've expressed to me before the idea that perhaps there's just an infinity of those particulars, you know.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. I that is definitely something that that I'm not sure how to talk about, because it feels as if me as an individual to say that doesn't really mean much, in the sense that, like, because I'm it's almost like I'm trying to sort of invoke something that doesn't really sort of how do I say it? It's like I'm trying to invoke nothingness, the void.
Right.
I can't, because no matter what I say, it's not going to be empty. It's going to be some image.
Right.
But
it's because you are, I guess, making a kind of an extrapolation there.
Yes.
You're extrapolating from your particulars and thinking, well, aren't there many other people who surely must experience very different particulars? But I guess we don't actually know that, because we're always bound to our own perspective and so on. I suppose what I've been very impressed by in the sync community, and also sort of beyond the sync community into the bigger world of crazy YouTube channels generally, you know, is how consistent actually a lot of it is.
Yeah.
It's I'm very impressed by the degree of overlap between my personal obsessions in these movies and Finis Temporis's obsessions, you know?
Yeah.
I get that we all exist in an online space. We're sharing all this stuff now, but he's responding to the numinous things that catch his attention, you know? I think overall that's pretty pure, probably.
Yep.
And wow, it's all the same pictures all the time, and wow, it's just the archetypes, though. Jung already identified all the stuff that we were going to be obsessed with, you know?
Yep.
In the basic form, you know? Everyone knows that dogs and the dead go together. So we just know that, I guess. So for me, it's like Hecate and her hounds. That's not exactly what this other person is interested in, but he still detects dogs and relates them back to the world of the dead, you know? I find it I find that just amazing, really. Of all the things you could, because the accusation would be, or the claim would be, surely there must be someone who just is obsessed with banana floats, you know, and finds them in movies, and and then has woven a big spiritual something around that as the middle. But I just haven't seen any examples of anything like that. All the examples I've seen look more the same than they do different to me.
Yep.
Like they're all very different in a certain sense, but it's just like a lot of these weird YouTube channels put 9/11 in the middle of the mandala in one way or another. And we could explain that just generationally. You know, we could just say, well, that's the age demographic. These people all saw 9/11 as a big event in their lifetime, so they're all just noticing it together, but at the same time, you know, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I agree that like the thing that was the coolest thing about discovering the sync community was that I'd been perceiving this bunch of symbols sort of consistently, and then discovering that there's a whole set of people on the internet who have also been discovering the same symbols.
Yes, yeah.
The symbol of the dog, of the one-eyed person, of like whatever it may be.
Well, actually, in that respect, you and I, this is just a fun anecdote maybe, but you and I both had exactly the same experience of worrying that we were perhaps going blind in one eye.
Oh yeah.
In connection with kind of earlier sync experiences, you know? And then we both kind of ended up concluding independently that it was a case of archetypal possession or resonance of some sort and not an actual problem with our eyeballs. But yeah, completely independently. We didn't know each other at the time or anything.
Yeah, like that's the thing, and it's definitely like my taboo. It seems to be like my repressed area is this area of objectivity. Like it seems as if well,
that's the one that gets us into the most trouble the most frequently. I think it gets me into the most trouble with like normal people, you know.
Yeah, there is and
normal and objective are conflated by most people, I find. So there's identification with it there, you know.
Yeah.
It's like you're attacking something if you make it too objective.
Yeah, like there's definitely a strong sort of repression aspect of it for me.
Yeah.
And and again, like, it's definitely that the similarities between all of the people finding symbols in movies or just experiencing symbols in their own life is that's sort of the uncanny thing about it. That's the uncanny thing about reading Jung and seeing that he was interested in the same symbols that we had been before knowing who he was or stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and that was Jung's experience too, looking back through alchemy.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So
that's the whole thing with whatever this thing is that we call sync. We all wander into it accidentally. We all just kind of backwards our way into it, and then at some point realize, oh wait, there's a rich tradition to do with symbolism. Or in fact, many overlapping traditions is the crazy thing about it. It is such a weird topic because it's so occult in the sense of hidden, like symbolism. People don't even really have any idea. It's just a complete like gap in our education.
It's interesting.
But somehow the fact that we don't learn it in a centralized way is what convinces one of the reality of it in the end.
Yeah.
That you can't go through this experience of not knowing anything about it, having a bunch of symbols manifest to you in some way, and then finding that they, I don't know how to say it, that the particular meanings of those symbols are deep and historic and anticipated already. That's just a crazy headfuck of a thing to go through, however it happens.
I suppose, like, my question with it is, like, like with the thing about screen memories, that it seems as if this happens with dreams, I think, where as long as there is some sort of an issue or an image that is not being listened to, it's not being heard, it will appear again and again in the dream. Like in recurring dreams, or not even recurring dreams, just sort of like, recurring symbols that that are telling a story that you're not wanting to listen to because it's repressed.
Right.
In this kind of a psychoanalytic context, there is the idea that once you slowly sort of get closer and closer to this thing, if it's in the case of personal things that you can solve, like some personal sort of grudge, and then once it comes out and you sort of actually listen to it, you actually hear it, and it makes you feel all sorts of intense emotions, and you go through the grief of it or whatever, the dream may transform in the sense that maybe now you won't have that kind of recurring dream anymore because you've already heard it.
Right.
Like it's delivered its message, kind of thing. And I feel it almost as if the dream were like a kaleidoscope or something, where it's at one stage of the kaleidoscope, and then once you've passed through, once you've really so it's the kaleidoscope is configured in a particular color and shape form, and then once you've really once you're not avoiding that at all, and you're really sort of hearing that color in front of you, the kaleidoscope shape, then it switches and changes to something else. as a simplistic sort of metaphor for it, really.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
it makes me wonder whether the recurrence. So this is it's the age old question, basically, is whether the archetypes, as we understand them in this sort of Jungian context, like, for example, the images of esoteric schools, like the tower card, right? The tower being struck and
Sure, yeah.
falling, or the dog, the cat, the snake, the significance of these things, whether it changes as you listen to it, or whether they are, or whether they remain independently of your perception of them. I don't know. Yeah, I I suppose it's just and it's funny how because I don't know why these big questions are so interesting to me, because at some level they don't, they go
Sure.
beyond my life. Like, it doesn't really
Right.
change anything. But it does make me wonder sort of whether mm, the commonality of these symbols, the fact that we're all sharing them, is is that there is something that is trying to be, there's something that is being said or experienced um at at now, let's say, but not now as in our current age, but as in all of human history, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Uh, and I don't know exactly what that means. I don't know how fractal this gets exactly. Um, I guess I'm just sort of like, I would like to integrate both sides of it. I like these. I feel that there is a way of integrating both sides, in the sense that there is, that it's not a big sort of relativism where everything could
Right.
just be something else.
Right.
But that the kind of what we were saying about reality being made of
It's really
stories.
clearly not
Mm.
that, I think, because
Hmm.
that undermines in a way the impact of the sync.
Yeah.
Like if everything's really substitutional,
Mm.
that's just not my experience of sync. It's like the point is that it's so specific and just what it is and not some other thing.
Yep. Yep.
That's the shatteringness of it a lot to me, is
Hmm.
precisely that it's very constrained in a way. It seems to be pointing just at something and not at some other thing.
Right. Yes, I agree. I like that. The constrained aspect of it is very interesting. How, like, sometimes, like in my own channel, I think that every single movie that I've analyzed, I've always basically just found the same symbols in it all the time,
Right, yeah.
no matter which movie I watch. So that there seems to be a very limited sphere of movement for
Yeah.
the story that is being told, uh, and
Yes.
so yeah, no, definitely. I think that that is very important, and I definitely think that it shouldn't be undermined, because even in a non-sync kind of context, it's kind of like what we were saying about reality being made of stories. That
Right.
it's like a story is being told, and it couldn't be this other story or this other story. It's this particular story that's being told. Like
Right.
there's something important in like in reality breaking down into one possibility, like in the sense that um it to say that it could be everything at the same time uh is it doesn't allow your reality to collapse into the experience that you're having, which is a single, you're experiencing
Right.
a single life kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah.
It makes it almost uninterpretable.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that yeah, I don't know. I really do see what you mean. It does seem to be both of these things. It does seem to be both.
Well,
Because at the same time, I really do feel that every movie is the same movie. It's
mm,
all the same story psychologically over and over again. It's always about psychological growth in this or that way. You know,
mm-hmm,
human beings are really one note in that way.
mm-hmm,
And that was basically Campbell's whole realization with the monomyth, you know? It really is
mm-hmm,
this just one story. But
mm,
it's a story that's so general and basic and template like
yeah.
that it allows infinite remixing.
Right. I don't know. Like I sometimes even wonder whether exactly. I mean, I really. Mm, it's sort of. It's really. It's an area that's on the edge of my tongue at the moment. Like I don't even
Uh-huh.
feel able to. But I think that yes, there is something about the richness of reality,
Mm.
of how, and reality including past, present, future, dreams, sort of
Yes.
every sort of thing that mm, there are so many strange, like for example, I don't know, I have a mug on my desk. I don't know, and it
We're
comes
really
from
entering the philosophy section of our
yeah,
conversation now.
yeah. When we start
Talking about
picking up,
mugs and apples and things, yeah.
like I was thinking, sort of, I'm I don't know, I like the particularness of stories as well. The fact that
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
this is a mug that I got from this store, and it's a store that it has this name, and the shopkeeper is called, I don't know, Robert or whatever, and like this is a mug that I got from that store on that day. So it's a very particular kind of story. The
Yes.
story I have with this mug. Now, and I at the same time, sometimes I can get into a sort of sync wave kind of mentality where I start seeing mugs everywhere. Like I see a man on the street with a T-shirt that has a mug on it, or I watch a movie where they're holding mugs, or I start seeing the symbol of the mug everywhere, and suddenly this mug I have on my desk becomes like a fragment of a meta mug,
Yes, right, right.
and it is used to talk about a very impersonal kind of mug, or a mug that is that is very general, very it's a very general mug. It's just the
Yes.
symbol of a mug. And I that's definitely one of the things that was sort of startling about sync for me at the beginning, was the way in which particular things could suddenly constellate around an an archetypal thing.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think that that, opened many doors for me. But I think that one of the consequences that it had that I'm not that sort of happy about is that sometimes it makes me lose the particular,
Yeah, yeah,
the direct the richness of, like, when I went to this store to buy this mug, it wasn't any store, it wasn't the archetype of a store, it
right.
was a particular store. And, like, there is something I find beautiful about these particular stories, my particular relationship with this friend, right? He's not the archetypal friend. And
I
I feel
agree.
like
Yeah,
sometimes sync gets me into a state of mind that is reductionist, but not in a material sense. It's like spiritually reductionist.
yes, yes, that's such a good way of putting it.
It
Yeah,
kind of like it reduces all of experience to sort of a yin yang. It's like
yes, yeah,
everything is just an expression of duality, or something like that. And it's a
right.
very alienating or isolating kind of experience.
Yeah, it's very bad. It's actually
Mm,
a um a tendency that I have really strongly is to
mm,
relate to people more as symbols than as people.
mm, mm,
And
mm,
it's a tendency that got me into quite a bit of trouble in a way when I was younger. I didn't know that's what I was doing because I didn't know what a symbol was, you
mm.
know. So I couldn't really recognize that certain people had come to represent giant
Uh,
historical things and giant personal issues and giant other things, giant
mhm.
spiritual things. Um, and so I'm someone who's very, was just very liable to get pushed around by the gods in that way,
Mm, mm.
which I think always interrupts the human to human level of interaction, which I think is very tragic when that happens. Uh, so I try not to do that now, but it
And
happens anyway, you know,
yes,
to
oh,
some extent.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
and
Eh,
it obviously happens to everybody.
mhm,
That's the whole thing, and it's predictably worse with people who don't know that they're doing it.
mm, mm. Well, and of course, like,
I
I
feel
think,
symbolized by people all the
oh
time.
yeah, yeah. And I suppose, like, I'm sort of partly saying this also just because I feel that it, like I said, I think that it's somehow part of what I repress
Mm,
personally. And I think this is why I um like the whole 9/11 thing, for example, that
right.
and I think that there is definitely um a reality to it because it's a particular
Right.
thing,
Right.
like the and that's, I think, part of the place where um I have trouble with these kind of things, is because I would usually take the Twin Towers and just, like I did with the mug on my desk, I would just abstract them into archetypal towers,
Right.
archetypal
Right.
pillars. And I would just say, okay, so the Twin Towers are just a symbol for the archetypal towers, and therefore they are no more important than any other symbol for the archetypal towers.
Right.
But that clearly um, undermines
Right.
the
Well, it's like, what's
the
the context of the importance there? You
yeah.
know,
Hmm.
um, if you're trying to understand the archetypal towers,
Mm,
then every instance is just an instance, and you read back to the meta.
yeah.
But that's just one goal. Maybe you want to understand the particular instance,
Yes.
in
Yeah.
which case it's about trying to forget, in a way, about the archetypal aspects,
Mm,
or bracket them, to see
mm.
what's precisely what's there, that's more. In a way, the particular has more in it than the archetype. You get to the archetype by stripping stuff away, probably.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. The particular is more. high definition.
And yet, in another sense, it's just the opposite, right? The archetype contains much more than the particular because it contains in potentia every possible particular.
Mm-hmm.
Which it only has, though, because you've removed so much from it. It's such a perfect paradox, actually. You take so much away from it that it then can contain invisibly all the things you took away from it, I guess.
Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of what you were saying about the projection space with the explosion and because I think that another
the projection
thing that
space I really define, by the way, as an intersection. It's like half about the image structure and half about the associated set of images and meanings that go along with it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's exactly about what can be fantasized in the given picture structure. Yeah. Probably expressed as a gradient. You know, I think there are things that are. So this maybe gets to what we were talking about before. I think they're like in the 9/11 image. I think that a baby or a slaughtered animal are like the two really main possibilities there, given the way the patterns appear in the image. You know,
right, for the explosion.
For the explosion, yeah. I've seen it represented in many other ways. You know, flowers and just all kinds of different ways, but mainly it's like children and small animals, and I think it's just like that. It's so interesting to me because it really is. It's just about the way that explosion looked in a very particular, detail-oriented way.
Yeah,
every little nook on it falls together in just the right way to suggest those two pictures more strongly than other pictures. You know. And I would say, I think my evidence for that is the fact that we see many more of those in these handed image matches than we see of other types.
Yeah.
So my evidence for it is some completely like tenuous idea about detecting impressions of it before it happened. But if we think those are real, they have a lot of dogs and babies. So
yeah. Well, I mean, because I think, again, one of the things that I personally miss out by repressing the particular is also the trauma, in the sense that clearly.
I was just about to ask, why do you think it is your tendency to repress the particular? Maybe it's that trauma, kind of.
Right. I'm kind of like thinking out loud in real time about this because I'm not sure like where these thoughts will take me, but I do think that I just realize now that 9/11 is clearly from, let's say, from our human perspective, which I think is the perspective that I have. You know, I can't sort of pretend that I'm sort of like meta sort of. So from my human perspective, 9/11 is clearly it's clearly sort of, you know, that there is a lot of human death involved. There is a lot of, like, I can't pretend that another symbol for the towers falling, like let's say 2 Coke cans falling.
Right.
2 Coke cans falling is clearly not, it's not traumatic for me. But 2 buildings full of people exploding is.
I have to interject and say that for me, I think the situation now really is such that the Coke cans falling are more traumatic than the image of the actual Twin Towers falling.
Interesting.
They creep me out more. I really do believe that the ghosts are moving them around somehow. So it adds some. It's a funny thing. I wonder if that whole thing couldn't be expressed in a different way, which is a kind of a sad way, which is that I can't feel correctly in relation to the real image. It's like too much. So I have to kind of feel it with this weird like replacement of Coke cans falling over and macking me or whatever it is.
Well, but it's also true what you just said, that once you have seen the the uncanniness, the ghostliness of the Coke cans in connection to 9/11, then it becomes extremely traumatic in the sense that it's extremely other.
Yes.
It's very other. And you can only see that through having seen them in connection to the humanly comprehensible trauma, to the humanly understandable trauma that is. I don't know.
That's interesting. Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, because like I think that and it's something I've been thinking about recently in relation to your videos as well, that I think that I am very quick to jump to this sort of abstract symbolic perspective, and that makes me avoid the fact that there are certain things that I find more traumatic than other things. It loses it loses the gradients or the texture of reality. Like you said, the grooves.
Right. The grooves. Yeah.
The grooves. I lose the grooves by saying that everything is one big dream and everything's the same. So I think that that perspective has definitely, it's brought me a lot of things, right? It's been a part of my, like it's definitely a part of my of the way I see the world. But I can see that it ignores the grooves. It ignores the fact that there are that if there is, well, it brings up the topic of precognition again, because I for a long time I've been suspicious of the idea of precognition, in the sense that if I see a movie that depicts two towers falling, two Coke cans falling, before 9/11, like filmed in the 90s or whatever, and then I see 9/11, there's a part of me that thinks, well, yes, the Coke cans could be predicting 9/11, well, predicting or sort of resonating, whatever it is. But there's a part of me that always thinks, yes, but why is 9/11 the final destination? Or
right? The same question.
Couldn't 9/11, in the same way, for example, and I'm saying this without, like, how do I say it? Well,
no, I know it seems so kind of arbitrary or something, like 9/11, Okay.
Or
I did,
or even in a more paranormal thing, like the clouds before 9/11. Like, it seems that they are the smoke. It seems like they are representing the smoke before it happens. And then, so after the clouds comes the smoke. And then there's always a part of me that used to think, okay, but can't the smoke be representative of something else?
Exactly.
That will come in the future.
I think it's representative of, like, the collective unconscious. It flows out of the pinhead, out of the radio head.
Interesting.
The sky there, And smoke relates to where there's smoke, there's fire. So smoke itself is symbolic of a symbol of something that represents something.
Right. Yes, you'd said that. I really like that. The smoke is inherently, like, even in nature, it is symbolic of fire.
That
is so crazy. But, like, as I was saying, I'm starting to doubt my own position here, because by saying things like that, by saying, okay, by saying that, that 9/11 could be just as much symbolic of something else, and I am flattening.
And that something else is the return of Christ at the end of the Memoriam. Just FYI for everybody. Now we can go forward.
Right. I mean, I think that was sort of the problem, quote unquote, is just that I don't set I usually see it as just an infinite kind of fractal, so that it just there is no end. Sort of things just resonate with each other in different ways, in all directions, forever, kind of thing.
Yes.
And the problem with that, though, and it's kind of what it misses the trauma because it flattens everything. It sort of assumes that the smoke, no, sorry, that the clouds from the day before 9/11 and the smoke are on the same kind of level, but they're not, because the smoke from a human perspective
That's right.
is much more traumatic and much more
that's why I keep circling back around to the idea of kind of mana or soul energy or something. It seems like it's about the human suffering or enjoyment or whatever it is, but something like that. Yeah. Because that's what differentiates it, like you're saying, from the clouds, I would guess. There's no affect that goes along with those clouds.
No, exactly. Clearly,
until later, I guess. Yeah.
Right, until like in hindsight, exactly. Right. Like it's as if
until 2020. Terrible hindsight pun. But
it's oh right, I hadn't seen that. I was going to say.
Oh God, it's getting terrible.
Because like the
sinkhead puns should be.
It's strange because then it's like exactly. I was sort of before I was saying, okay, so my position before seemed to imply that there is no climax.
Right. Well, it's similar to my move, sort of lateralizing like the dead and the living and all that. It's like it removes the importance of one over the other.
Right. And again,
when it would seem obvious to most people that 9/11 is more important than some clouds, and being alive is preferable to being dead.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. And definitely, we probably get something out of making those moves. Like I'm pretty sure that even just from a psychological point of view, I'm pretty sure that probably I somehow, again, taking kind of a reductionist perspective, it's almost like I needed to go into this relativistic state of mind, in order to avoid going crazy, because it seems as if my tendency is to find the concrete and the objective to be too much. So I needed to sort of flatten it out somehow. But now it's like, and by flattening it out, you get to this point where it's like one symbol goes to the next and there is no climax. But clearly there are climaxes. There are points that are more and there are points that are a climax in a quite sort of literal, almost like in a sexual sense, in the sense that it's not just that, let's say 9/11 is more intense than something else. It's that it's so intense that, like you said, it climaxes, it breaks a boundary.
It's intense in its meaning, especially. It's not just a big spectacle, that event, we still don't know what it means. That's how deep it is in meaning, maybe. I don't know, like it does get exactly back to the precognition question in all of this. The extent to which something like 9/11 needed to happen to fulfill an anticipation of something,
Yeah. Because
the horror of it, I think, precisely the horror, is that at the end of all that anticipation, you do get something specific,
Yes. Yeah.
And somehow I really do want to introduce the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man as a mythic reference point for that, because in that film, it's implied strongly when Gozer asks them to choose the form of the destructor that that it's going to be about. Well, it's funny. It makes it seem like it's going to be about collective intention, but then they do a joke, where all the Ghostbusters try to empty their minds, but Ray can't successfully. And what's in his mind is an image that the film has placed in your mind subliminally, because they've put Stay Puft Marshmallows in the background of various shots leading up to that point. It's the kind of thing that can only work till you notice it, of course. But if first time through that film, when Stay Puft becomes real, it really is something that was in your unconscious manifesting on the screen, because they trick you. They put it in your unconscious.
That's so interesting. Yeah, it's like the audience is manifesting the Stay Puft thing.
Yeah, but then what actually happened? Actually, we watched a movie about a tower exploding in New York, and then maybe we manifested that. So it makes the whole thing very weird. Like,
yeah,
it's like a fictional depiction of the manifestation through intention that then we actually did in the very same scene, focusing on slightly different content than what Ray focused on.
Yeah.
But the thing there is, where's the agency? Because it's not like anybody chose to focus on that, probably. If any of this is even remotely real, you know. We were attracted. It just does seem to imply to me a perfect circle that you can't figure out what caused what in that scenario. Summoned versus anticipated. It's like, it seems so symmetrical. How could we possibly hope to untangle that even, you know? Because let's say that someday we get really smart and we get really precise numbers about this somehow. This couldn't ever happen, but let's just assume somehow we find a way to scan back through time and like access the subjective states of people as they watched that movie, and we could know for a fact that the burning tower was an image that went right to some deep layer of people's visual imagination as they watched that movie. Even if we knew that, I still can't imagine how we could pick out the directionality in terms of its relationship to the event that then happens in real life. It doesn't help us at all in terms of knowing whether or not 9/11 put the image there in some sense. I'm anthropomorphizing an event here, but versus there's something weird about the psyche that agitates it when it sees archetypal symbols, and accidentally a bunch of movies were made that amplified that, you know? It's just true that a lot of movies in the 80s and 90s involved towers exploding and people falling off of towers.
Yeah.
I guess we don't know if that's going to be a generally true thing about movies forever. There hasn't been enough movie history to know what's a normal movie versus what's a historical concern. But I really wonder if the exploding tower won't emerge as a completely historical concern. I mean, yeah, it's an archetypal image, but there are many. Maybe that really is an image that was visualized with great frequency during those decades, and whether or not that frequency is caused by something in the future or the frequency itself interacted with the psyche in a way that produced the event. Maybe I just can't imagine how we could ever know the answer to that, which is maybe why it's the Circle K. It is a circle. You just get lost in its loop, and that's the point.
This sort of, it reminds me of what we were saying about The Wizard of Oz as well, in that even if the sort of abuse in the movie, like even if the movie has a magical effect, regardless of what the intentions were, it is likely that there is a charge. That movie is charged with a certain energy, and in the same way, like Joe says in his video, that if everyone, well, and Jay Coates and so many people, that if you watch, everyone saw those images on TV at the same time.
Yeah.
So if if there is something
There's a
to
wrinkle,
magic,
though. Sorry, go ahead.
well, no, I was just thinking that if we seem to have experienced paranormal, uncanny things that relate to this issue of focusing your attention and
Yes,
intention and all that.
absolutely, yeah.
And obviously there's a huge magical tradition relating to that kind of stuff.
Yes,
So
and I would say that you and I both probably repress that whole side of this a bit. Like, I
yes.
really don't like the idea that my intention has anything to do with anything
Mhm.
that happens outside of my brain, you know?
Mhm.
It makes
Yeah,
me very
yeah.
nervous and kind of unhappy. I don't know.
Mhm. And but it's like if everyone was watching that image on
Yeah.
TV as
Yeah.
it happened, then clearly, like if there is any, if we sort of start from this sort of assumption or hypothesis that that magic is real in this sense, then everyone watching that at the same time was a magical event,
Yeah. Yeah.
regardless of whether it was intentional or not. Like
Right.
the property is there, so that, like you say, what that could have caused in terms of space-time fuckery and all sorts of stuff, like maybe that. And again, I'm saying this from a position of like that I like we said, I tend to be less sort of focused on the 9/11 issue. Like it's not something that resonates with me a lot, but thinking about it now, I do have to sort of admit that it's very likely that there had never been a moment in human history where so many human beings saw the same image at exactly the same time. Like
I
that
think
is
that's really
crazy.
true. And I
That's
really
crazy.
wonder if it will ever happen again, actually, because the
Right.
bandwidth is much bigger now.
Mm.
It's like at the time, there were only a few broadcast stations, like
Yes.
international broadcast stations. It's like now I feel that the eyeballs are split across very many media things. At
Yeah.
the time, computers didn't exist so much. I mean, of course they did, but video on the internet didn't exist. Video is something that happened on TVs, and TVs only had so many stations, and it may be a completely unique historical moment in that way.
Yeah.
Enough
Yeah.
visual technology to make it possible for many millions of people to watch the same thing at the same time, but before that technology had proliferated so much that it started to break down the actual information channels, as it were, into, well, now it's you can't track it. How many YouTube channels exist?
Yeah, exactly.
But
It's
but
kind
back
of
but back then we had like 100 channels, maybe, if you had satellite, if that.
yes.
And in terms of news, it's like 7 networks probably worldwide.
Right, that's crazy, right? YouTube is kind of like an exponential sort of multiplication of TV channels, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
I see them almost like cells kind of dividing and
So I
So,
think it
yeah.
would take a bigger event now, probably,
Mhm.
to really get everybody watching it in real time.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think everyone watched Notre Dame fall apart in real time.
No, right, exactly.
That wasn't as big of an event, of course. People didn't
Mhm.
die and so on, but still, I think it would take more than a big disaster in a country today to get really the level of conscious attention on something all at once in real time that 9/11 provoked. I almost think it would have to be like a meteorite coming to Earth, or
Yeah. The mothership.
something, or a big tidal wave that took out a continent, or I don't know,
Yes. Yeah,
something
yeah.
large. Yeah.
No, so
Maybe
I
that's not
definitely
true,
like
though. Maybe it could be something smaller if it was just the right thing that was horrific enough. I don't know.
So I do have to again from a position of someone who is kind of I tend to, yeah. I don't
Well,
know.
on the other
I
hand,
have to.
it's just
Yeah.
some historical event,
Mm,
like any other historical event. And why do we think anyway that technology has anything to do with any of it?
mhm.
Um, the Titanic sank. Is it about eyeballs watching a picture, or is it about hearts experiencing anguish? That's not
Yeah,
clear
yeah,
either. Like so many mysteries to do with
yeah.
9/11.
It's funny. It does seem to like intuitively, I think it has something to do with the absolute simultaneity. In
Yes,
that, like
same.
maybe I agree. Like maybe a lot of people read about the Titanic on newspapers or stuff like that,
Right.
and it was just as emotionally
And I think there
like
were some little
intense.
possibly precognitive echoes of that event. There's like a novel or something that maybe.
Ah, you're right. There was a novel. Yeah, there was. Yeah, there was some precognitive stuff with the Titanic. That's interesting.
Yeah. And it was a big, it was like pictures were circulated and stuff, I think, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
That would be good to research.
Mm. But there is something I feel intuitively about everyone seeing a color image live
Yeah.
simultaneously.
Yeah. There's something.
And
It's
it's
just
live. It's live.
live,
Exactly. They're
live.
not just watching a recording of it. It's like
No.
as it is happening. So that, yeah.
To be completely accurate, I guess we should say there was quite a bit of temporal smearing. I mean,
Aha.
people didn't watch it probably in pure synchrony because uh,
Yeah.
they were looping footage on those broadcast networks immediately. So,
Yeah, you're right. You probably caught
but I find that interesting about the event as well, that it was an event that it was also the first event where that was true, probably, where there was an immediate temporal scattering with video loop back like that.
Mm,
We were doing sport style instant replay of it. I don't know if that has happened with any previous big events.
yeah.
It does have the quality of smearing 9/11 in time right away. I mean, like
Mm,
instantly.
mm.
To the extent that I can't even answer the question actually if I saw it live or not. I actually don't know. What I always say about it is I think I saw the tower I think I saw the towers collapse in real time, but
Mm.
I think I saw the explosions on playback. But I don't actually know because it was all very confusing at that
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, I seem to recall exactly
And
something similar.
nobody saw the first tower explode until that documentary came out later. That was just not
No.
captured. Yeah.
Mm. Right, exactly. I suppose what a lot of people saw in real time was probably the collapsing. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um
Isn't that funny? I mean, really, let's think about this for a sec. Like, I don't think I've
mhm,
thought about this enough, probably. That
mhm.
during the event, the media was playing, they were looping the moment of impact over and over again, basically. So
Uh-huh.
people were watching that, which although it's funny, the image itself isn't exactly a violent image.
Mhm,
It's just a fire thing happening. It's just a natural thing happening, which is quite beautiful.
mhm.
Um, but actually, it's an image of all these people dying, and we had no problem watching that, the literal image of the death, over and over again. But it was very important right away at exactly the same time that every single artistic production then being made be instantly scrubbed of any content that could even remotely be related back to 9/11 as a picture. In other
Oh,
words, the
yeah.
fantasy material in particular that is
Yes.
not an image of 9/11, as far as anybody knows. Donnie Darko
Yeah.
is not a movie about 9/11. Spider-Man's not a movie about 9/11.
Mhm.
Milo and Stitch is not a movie about 9/11, but all those movies had alterations either to their promotional material or to the actual films in light of 9/11. while at the same time we were just pumping the literal image of the destruction into our eyeballs over and over again. I find that bizarre and must absolutely speak to some very peculiar aspect of the human being, I would think. What is it about that the actual carnage we just had to eat over and over again instantly? Give me more of that candy.
Yeah.
But apparently accidental evocations of it in the fantasy material that couldn't be even tasted. It had to be immediately thrown into the trash.
Yeah, that is really interesting. Yeah. I know. Yeah. It's funny.
It strikes me that not nearly enough thinking has gone on about our response to 9/11, particularly as relates to the fantasy pictures we were generating.
Yeah.
That's just so interesting.
It's funny. I haven't I want to rewatch the movies by Slavoj Žižek, The Pervert's Guide to Cinema and The Pervert's Guide to Ideology, because he never talks about 9/11, but he does talk a lot about this thing, at least his perspective on how we find fantasy to be more traumatic than reality, and the fact that
yes, he does. That's true.
That
I should rewatch that as well.
Yeah, because I think it would be interesting in this context how sort of we.
It's funny. I actually have a trauma associated with that film, so I avoid it.
Oh shit! Right.
I was watching that film when my first pet hamster escaped on the San Juan Islands, and it's like we were kind of ignoring him. We should have been overseeing his playtime outside of the cage, but instead we were watching that movie. So it's funny. It was tied into repression, kind of, and
fuck.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
I watched that movie several times before this hamster incident, so it's not but yeah, it is funny. There's a little trauma actually related to that movie for me. But I feel that his read of the John Carpenter They Live scene is really good, I think. I hadn't thought at all about John Carpenter movies through a symbolic lens like that before when I first saw that film, and when I first saw Zizek's analysis of the film, and it really blew my mind, his interpreting the glasses in that way, and the idea that somehow the character that is, I forget the names of the characters in that film at the moment, but the character that is being made to wear the glasses aggressively, that somehow he must already know that the glasses are going to reveal something unpalatable.
Right, yeah.
Otherwise, it's just a pair of sunglasses,
Yeah.
And it's very funny. I've experienced a similar thing with these 9/11 questions. People really don't want to look at the images, not just of 9/11. They especially don't want to look at these movie images. As soon as the conversation shifts to, hey, you want to look at some pictures, people get very weird. I wonder if it isn't. It's just the thread of it, I think. What if I look at this picture and decide it really does resemble 9/11 too much? Yeah.
It's
it's just people trying to avoid trauma. Probably it's just what I was describing maybe about the Coke cans. It's harder for me to look at the Coke cans in Mac and Me now than it is to look at the actual 9/11 image. But that's just what we just said about the state of the country. They wanted to repress the fantasy images much more heavily as well. There is something more disturbing about the fantasy material, I guess. That kind of proves it in a way. Part of it is that it feels like the event is it won't leave you alone. It's chasing after you, and now it's become so callous that it'll even chase you into your dreams where you go to escape.
Yeah.
We want to go to Spider-Man to forget about it. How dare it appear there? It seems like adding lemon juice in a wound or something. It must be part of the feeling of it. At least let us relax in our fantasy, Yeah.
and maybe even the feeling that if you're seeing the actual footage,
Yeah.
you know that it's like you can get yourself into this state of mind where you say, this isn't art, this isn't beautiful.
Right.
But if you're watching a movie, it's like I'm looking at art. I'm
Yes.
looking at something that as I watch this movie, I am enjoying it. It's a movie. And so,
Something about it just breaks my heart, actually. It's
mhm,
like people were making a people were doing something in a way very childish and um, silly. They're making a story, a pretend thing, and the
mm,
purpose of it is complicated. It's to make money and all this, but really, I think the purpose of it is to make people smile or
mhm,
something.
yeah,
I'm being very naive here or something, but for
yeah,
me as an artist, I want to light people up,
mm,
and it's a um, joyous thing, and I think that really comes through in a movie like Back to the Future. That's
mhm,
a joyous production. Like I know it was a grueling production as well, but you can really tell people were having fun at all
yeah,
levels of the production. The performances are full of joy, and the set design is full of joy, and the it's just this explosion of creativity.
mm,
But then it's like while that was going on, I
yeah,
can't actually explain this, but it makes me emotional. It's like somehow while that was happening, this very simple, childlike, sweet thing in a way to do with connection and love.
mhm,
While
yeah,
those people were looking at that, it's like behind them, the dead were crying out in anguish
mm,
and uh, found a way to participate. But it's like what they're saying in the end is so. It's like in the end, of course, what they're saying is just we love you too.
mm,
But they said it with a postcard that contains in it
mm,
reflections of the exact opposite of joy, you know.
yeah,
I just can't even explain how, but that's my best attempt to explain why a Coke can make me cry if it's in the right context in one of these movies. It's does that translate at all? I don't know.
yeah, 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 yeah.
And I just don't feel that pathos, that gravity with other syncs. The 9/11 thing, it's just comes in blood, and that just makes it so um, moving to me. Because I think I see little reflections of Trump, and
Right.
there's an Ernest movie where I think Ernest P. Worrell, this Jim Varney character, there's a movie, one of those movies that I think relates to Standing Rock in a pretty amazing way. But
Interesting.
so I think there are all kinds of little precognitive reflections in the unconscious areas of movies, but it's just the 9/11 ones just move me in a different way. I guess just because it was a big horrible event where a lot of people died. I don't know, but
Mm.
yeah.
Well, that's sort of it's funny because
At the same time, the joy is all over the dead areas too.
mm,
Like they're dancing on the other side or something. 9/11 was a dance party to them as soon as they died. I don't know how to explain this, but
well, it's funny. This kind of reminds me of um my sort of strongest experience with psychedelic mushrooms, where um everything in the environment, like when I closed my eyes, everything was alive. It was just sort of big spectacle of dancing things, all dancing and like moving. And
mm,
at the same time, it was all sort of like one big um machine thing where
yeah, yeah,
I was one of the like cogs. So I was there was this it kind of connects to what we were saying before about being dead and alive at the same time, where I was both dead in the sense that I was simply a part of this big clockwork thing, and I was just sort of like, like tied. I was just completely chained to it. Like I could sort of escape it. I was just like fucking chained to it, and at the same time, it was an expression of me. So I was completely alive, right? Everything was dancing around me. And I don't know. I see sort of the way McKenna sometimes describes the psychedelic realm as the realm of the dead, of the ancestors and stuff like that, as it being that there is a strange kind of joy and dancing, exactly, literal sort of dancing,
yeah.
but that is connected to, well, to death, in the sense that it's ego death. Like you are being stripped. It's a very Hellraiser kind of thing as well. You're being stripped from your body to pieces, and everyone's dancing.
Yeah, it's so strange. That imagery, like dancing as they burn or something, is just pops out a lot in my stuff lately.
Those dancing foxes that I always want to set on fire, and then also the maneuver of taking like funk music and slowing it down to like a dirge.
Oh yeah,
it's definitely like Dance of the Dead stuff. And
videos.
That's one of those weird things because that's just something that I like to do. I just like how it sounds and everything. But I do feel that genres like vaporwave, for instance, that are very based around slowing things down, inevitably bring in the dead as a metaphor. How can they not? Like it just.
I like that. Yeah.
And I feel like people intuit that. There is something ghostly about vaporwave, and that's why the image of an abandoned mall is like the image people use to talk about it. It's just a slight transposition of the abandoned carnival, which everyone knows is a portal to the dead world, you know?
Oh, fuck. That's very interesting. The abandoned mall is abandoned carnival. Yeah.
It's ghosts. It's ghosts from the past, you know? And that genre, it's all about taking things from the 80s in particular and slowing them down.
Yeah.
And actually, I think there's even an academic term or something called hauntology that's used to talk about some of those genres, you know?
Yes. Yeah. I wanted to buy a book. Yeah.
But you see, I'm just obsessed with things like that. How something so simple and, like, speaking to what you were saying, like mechanical, that's a very process-oriented thing. You're just slowing down a thing. You haven't in a way you haven't done anything to it. You haven't changed any of the information, really. You've just stretched it. But the stretching introduces a symbolic component that enlivens it in a new way. At least if you like vaporwave. I know a lot of people think it's pure shit, but I really just like listening to slowed down things from the 80s. I think it's ghostly and creepy, and I like the vibe. You know?
It's funny because on the one hand, I was thinking when the vocals are deep, like you slow them down and the vocals become deep.
Yes, there's also a gender inversions and things that happen.
Right.
There.
Yeah. And it does evoke the
which also speaks to unconscious stuff. Yeah.
It evokes the dead in that sense as well, just the classic sort of like horror movie ghost with a deep voice and like but also in a more metaphysical level, it's almost as if by slowing down the song now operates at a different frequency, a frequency that's below the mundane human frequency, that is more archetypal in that sense, because it's it's slower in the same way that the archetypes are slower. I mean, if that even makes sense, but like,
it also has the quality of revealing more pattern information. I think things go by fast in songs, and when you slow them down, especially texture, you know, it makes it more textural, I suppose, and you can really hear the way the instruments work as. Like, I just find that's so fascinating. Like you're literally perceiving more information about the sound if you slow it down, you know? It's like how you can take the sound of a vibrating string and slow it down so much that you can hear the individual oscillations, you know? You hear a kind of whir, 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 like thing in it.
Yeah.
that was there at the normal speed, but you just perceived it as a steady tone, you know?
Mm.
I especially love listening to singers vibrato at those slower speeds. You really, you know, you hear the you don't hear them as pitch manipulations at tempo. It's just it's a textural part of the voice, but slow it becomes this like thing that also makes you feel a little seasick, because you see all these interesting metaphorical things happen when you slow it down. It becomes more like the ocean, becomes more like the dead. Everything becomes sort of in between gender, if it's a voice, you know, and all of that's alchemical. Oceans and hermaphrodites and hidden information that comes out of process, like slowing something down, you know.
It's funny, is it like, it's basically what a lot of our sync work is, right? We grab movies from the 80s and we slow them down.
We slow them down, exactly. It's just the same practice.
We watch them very sort of carefully and scene by scene, very sort of slowly. And
well,
they
the other
have
big thing in vaporwave is adding delay to smear moments out in time, which I suppose we really also do with these films when we combine images and weird things like that. Yeah.
Interesting.
Fun. It's true. Vaporwave is a genre that really plays with time directly for the most part. That's mostly what it's about, I guess. Slows things down and also kind of smears them in time with delays. At least I'm thinking here of like Mac Plus. That stuff. I guess Vaporwave still exists. Maybe it's evolved into new forms now. I don't know.
Because when you slow something down, it's almost like the slowing things down reminds me of the past, because the song takes longer to reach the end of the song than it would normally. So it's almost as if it's left behind. By the time the normal song is already finished, the slow song hasn't finished yet.
That's right, yeah.
So not only are you picking songs from the 80s, which is the past, but you're also playing them slower, which
the whole genre grew out of Daniel Lopatin's experiments with this kind of thing, which he called eco jams. And the eco jams were looped generally. He would take a little fragment of a pop song that caught his ear, slow that down, heap delay and reverb on it, and then just let that play for 4 minutes. So it would often be like a phrase or something. So it would be a very short selection of a song, slowed down and looped. As Vaporwave went along, it started to become much more focused on just taking entire songs, basically, and slowing them down. But in both cases, it has the same quality, I guess, like a moment, something that's closer to a moment, like a 3-minute pop song or just a section of a pop song. Sculpturalized a little bit, I would say, I guess, like made to be an object that you can look at over longer periods of time. Or it somehow takes the music a little bit out of time and makes it more like an environment you can live in and explore.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Like on Floral Shop, I'm inside that Sade record, you know? Like I'm in her body almost, because her voice gets way slowed down and elongated, and I completely agree with that. That's so funny, because you are existing at a faster frequency than the song. You are like that's right. You change faster than the song, so that means the song is an environment. That's just how it is with everything else, right? The environment changes slower than the animals that change very quickly as they
And that's so funny, because like that's
weird.
the way I feel about sync a lot of the times. That when I'm watching a film to analyze it, I feel like I'm exploring the film as an environment. Like, it doesn't feel like
Yes.
I mean, we've spoken about this before. How
it's the same reason Blade Runner was my favorite film for like my whole life. It's a world you can explore. Your eye can wander through it and tell mini stories, you know.
It's like how we both like
And I'm sorry, just to wrap that up.
Sorry.
Blade Runner also feels like a movie in slow motion at normal speed.
Yeah.
It's a very slow, very little dialogue. The shots are very extended, and things. It's a lot of fixed, like tripod shots. You know, so it's slow. The camera doesn't move really. It just sits and lets things slowly happen within it.
Well, it's like we've often said how we both like adventure computer games, like point and click kind of
I was just
games.
thinking about that,
and how we've spoken of how sometimes sync work with movies feels like the movie becomes an environment that you can look for clues, and like the different shots in the movie become like different rooms in the game or different environments. You can jump from
exactly,
a scene,
because as we analyze it, we tend to jump around non-linearly too. So they really are like rooms. Yeah.
Right, you jump from like the end of the movie back to the beginning in order to catch
It's funny.
something.
In these movies, a lot of scenes take place in rooms. So I actually find myself saying a lot, "Oh, we're back in this room," you know. But
Right, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, like they take place in an actual room, like in the set.
Yes,
but
but also they represent a kind of mental room, like an aspect of the cinematic terrain or geography that you return to, like Danny in the Overlook. You know, you're mapping those areas of the film, making them familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's it's funny because that really is something very visceral. There's like a great pleasure I get that
too.
in being in an environment and feeling very comfortable exploring it, and maybe not comfortable necessarily. Sometimes it's like scary or unknown or whatever, but it's there is something about that. It's the same reason I like dreams as well. That
there is a comfortableness to it because in the end it's fantasy stuff. It's less risky than exploring the real world, maybe. At least less physically risky.
Yes. Yeah, and I think it also at a maybe even more like at another level, it's as if, like you said, you feel as if you're in an environment when you listen to like a slowed down song. It feels like you're in a place.
Yeah.
And I feel as if I really miss that feeling. I feel as if I don't often feel as if I'm in a place like this is strange. I wonder if this has something to do like as if I often experience sort of my environment as just sort of as if I am a disembodied kind of ghost that's so there's a weird paradox and irony in that I experience the waking world as if it were a movie that I'm just seeing.
Yeah.
But I experience a movie or a video game as if it were, or a song, as if it were an actual place that I'm in. So there's like the two things get switched.
I relate to that. Yeah. I feel the same way often.
Interesting.
I do also have the experience of not that though, of reality being so real that it's quite overwhelming.
Yeah.
Generally I'm in different states of suffering when that's going on. But not always. I think that weirdly these days when I feel most real and reality feels most real is when reality feels most like a movie. When my reality starts behaving in story-like ways, that's when I get snapped out into, God, this is really real. which is just backwards, isn't it? I don't know.
Oh, dude, that's interesting though, because it almost seems as if, God, okay, I think there's something to this, that
Yeah, there's something.
reality feels real when it feels meaningful, or as if
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
there
That's
is a
very good.
story. There is a story, right? You're in the middle of a story,
Yes,
and
that's right. When it's not a story, you just don't care. You're not invested. It is just some place.
Mm.
It's not a meaningful situation yet.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's almost as if there is a way in which sync is like an intense explosion of meaning and stories. Like you
Yes.
suddenly
Yeah.
you jump into a domain of big stories.
Well, Jung talks about that all the time, like living in a myth and the necessity of that.
Mm.
And Campbell talks about that too. Um, it's something that I feel just like I kind of barely understand the beginning of, or something. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
don't like on the one hand, I feel that somehow I'm obviously doing that. What is all this nonsense about the atomic kid and 9/11 and
Yes.
any other strange images and things that have occurred to me over this journey? I believe in them more and more as literal realities somehow, and conceptualize of myself more and more as some kind of temporal agent, like on a mission through the 80s to
Yes.
recover
Totally. Yeah.
sacred objects or something, And the more I conceptualize of myself that way, the more I like myself, actually. So it does seem beneficial. But I don't feel yet that I understand at all what I'm doing or what that means, really. Like if someone were to ask me, what does Jung mean when he says we have to live within a myth or with a myth, and that those myths are going to have to be increasingly individual, and that if you don't have them, you kind of have a pathology,
Uh-huh.
First of all, I don't know if I'm comfortable going as far as he goes with those statements.
Yeah.
But he was a clinician. He knew things I don't know. He had many experiences, I'm sure, with pathological people that maybe informed that view. On the other hand, it's not even a matter so much of accepting it as true or false, because what is a myth? That's still kind of my thing. Like, what is that? It's just a story that I use to make my life meaningful, or is it more than that? And Jung himself seems pretty ambiguous on that topic, And it is just an ambiguous topic. But it's exactly synchronicity that makes it all so complicated and ambiguous, because it seems like the more that you start doing it, living in a myth, the more that sync happens, whatever it is. But sync is always, it seems to me, pointing in a way past the myth. It's pointing beyond the myth towards something much more objective. Something weird and structural. It's something structural that sits between myths or connects all the myths, or I don't know.
It's funny, it reminds me of Interstate 60, right? Where like Neil suddenly finds himself on a mission. He has to deliver this package. Like he's suddenly like there is a sort of purpose, and this purpose ends up being a joke. Like the package was just
It's being like a weed joke. It's like Gary Oldman's like hash pipe is actually what's in the thing. Like, it's the weirdest part of that movie, to be honest. Is everything to do with Gary Oldman and that package. Yeah.
And it's like being on that mission and suddenly being like having this adventurous mission. Once it's over, he can realign his life. He suddenly becomes an artist and like
stands
there
up to his dad and all this. There's like an overnight personality transformation, basically.
That does involve being on a mission. And I totally agree that sync does very strongly give this adventure
Yes.
stuff. Like you're like Indiana Jones or something. You're like in a tomb discovering weird relics and like putting them together and seeing what happens. And like there's every person will probably will feel attracted to different kinds of adventure. Like but I don't know. So it does have. It seems as if, that Interstate 60 thing. Like you there is a way in which you interact with adventure, with an adventure and a story.
Yes.
Because an adventure, at the end of the day, it doesn't have to be an intense thing. Going to the supermarket could be an adventure. It's just like
Don't they say that explicitly about the package in the end? There's dialogue to the effect of like, it's the story of the package's journey that's more important.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure
could be
that's said. Like, it's stories that matter or something like that. Yeah.
Funny.
Which I think that's said right before Neil wakes up. So it's probably important. Neil, who wakes up on a Tuesday on September 18th to discover a card that has a 7-Eleven on it. I don't know. It's just that whole movie. And the degree to which it's the same movie as a Goofy movie. A road movie involving the father. I mean, obviously it's different. The father isn't along for the ride in Interstate 60, but he's present as a organizing issue throughout the whole film, you know?
Yeah.
Interesting, isn't it? I mean, I wonder if it's just, I mean, at this level, who knows what we're talking about because we don't have real information yet, but it certainly seems to me like a lot of these movies that seem to relate to 9/11 synchronistically are about father-son relationships.
Yep.
Not so much mother-daughter. There are some examples probably, but it could just be because men make movies, and so there's just maybe more movies about that to start with. I don't know.
Right. In fact, that sort of it opens up a topic that I wanted to bring up before, and I'm not sure what your opinion will be on this. It's about 9/11 again. That I think
I already love the focus of this question.
It's like I wonder, like, okay, so I want to ask this question. How do I say it? There is something that the thing that always bothers me about the 9/11 issue, or that I don't feel comfortable about, is I don't know, and I'm saying it out of like genuine curiosity. That does it sort of? There was. Does it have something to do you think, with the fact that a lot of these movies are, American movies that are talking about something that happened in the States? Like, in what way does, let's say, the West play into this?
Yes.
In the sense that, like, and I mean this in the sense that, for example, Terence McKenna and his time wave theory, there was something that always confused me about that, in that he would lay out this
there
time
are many
wave.
things that confused me about the time wave.
Yeah. Like he would lay out this wave, and then he would sort of, there would be these peaks of novelty, and he would describe, well, this was this event, and this was this other event. And of course, inevitably most of them were events in Western history.
Yes.
Some of them weren't. Some of them were like, I don't know, the something in China, something in India, but mostly it was not. And I think he was even sort of asked questions about this, and I think that usually his answer was that there was something sort of like it was as if the West represented the ego in some way. But
Yes.
I'm afraid about these kind of things because I feel like on the one hand I'm afraid of them being like very Orientalist, I suppose. I
Yes.
don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But on the other hand, I'm also sort of afraid of not taking them seriously enough, and that
Yes.
maybe there is something about the West that, I mean, clearly there is a way in which the West has been more, let's say, destructive to the environment.
Right,
I don't
right.
know. I don't really know what I'm speaking about, but I feel as if I don't know to what extent I want to give. So, like, I wonder whether, whether the importance of 9/11 as an image had more to do, well, or how it relates to these issues of
Yes.
the West. I don't know how to phrase the question.
Well,
Like,
I know what you mean, and I have just all the same questions and not
Mhm.
really any answers about any of
Mm.
that. I've thought a lot about it, though. I've thought about, I think about it in particular in
Mm.
terms of the West's relationship to vision.
I like it. Yeah.
I think that the West, for whatever reason, is very fixated on the question of vision.
Mm.
All of
Mm.
our technologies have been very visually oriented, it seems to me, are big technologies, computers, televisions,
Yeah.
virtual reality, which we're leading now as
Mm.
well.
Mm.
And of course, uh, computer vision, machine learning, and this kind of stuff, which I think is still going to intersect with this 9/11 stuff someday in a
Yeah.
big way.
Mm.
So I don't know. Like the question is why? Of course, why did the West become the country, or not the country, the region of the
Mhm.
world? Or really, here we're not even talking about that so much, are we?
Mhm.
Because I would include like Japan in that story and so on.
Right.
We're
Yeah.
talking about a Western approach to a sort
Mm.
of Western rationalism and technological progress that came out of the science that won the Western
Yes.
mind, which wasn't alchemy; it was everything else,
Mm.
and that everything else has been a lot about building. It was the aspect of alchemy that was focused on building instruments to look at small things.
Mm. Mm.
That became the big mission, and we built better and better instruments and looked at smaller and smaller things. And so the whole story really of the Western progress over the last 200 years, 300 years has one half to do with capitalism, and then this other half about this quest to like build bigger and bigger eyeballs and look deeper and deeper into nature.
Yeah.
To look into nature. That's more than just to understand it. It's very specific, I think.
Yes.
And so I think 9/11 as an event that is all about this image and its broadcasting around the world. It's just so symbolically related to the heart of the Western project, which is to do with vision and looking. The desire to look into smaller and smaller areas.
Yeah.
What to say? You know what I mean? It somehow is. Well, it's maybe what von Franz was getting at in that little passage where she says there are similarities between microphysics and depth psychology.
I like what you said about that. Like, exactly, it's about this approach to technology. That's very interesting because it gives another perspective on it, in that it's not so much about, like, obviously it's intimately connected to this, what we call the West and what we call the East, and the way that we divide the planet's countries, but it's also somehow borderless in that it has to do with the technology itself. It's as if the technology is alive.
Yes.
Like the technology is
it's just
is
occurring
emerging
to me.
out.
how much this is maybe conflated, like, because I think there are a lot of old, like, Jungians from the original, like, layer of Jungians, that consider consciousness to be tightly aligned with the West. In other words, the West and consciousness go together. I've always kind of disliked that idea. I don't really see that that's so true. What I see more of is that the West has a definition of consciousness that is sort of hyper organized around images and vision, and that's just as true of Jung as it is of anyone else. He's obsessed with the image too.
Yeah.
We all are in the West. It really is like a deep thing. I mean, I guess vision is deep for all human beings, but
yeah, the pursuit of.
But we're really not comfortable with the idea of things that are real that we can't see.
Yeah.
That really seems to bother us, and the things that we know are like that. The first thing we want to do is visualize it.
No, that's very interesting. I suppose like the reason, like it's a topic that always sort of is tricky because, like you said, there is so much there's so much conspiracy theory that uses 9/11 as a patriotic thing, as a xenophobic kind of patriotic thing. That it gives the impression that 9/11 is considered to be an extremely important event because it's a Western tragedy, that kind of thing.
Right.
And
I think there's a lot of truth in that, of course.
Well, of course, and definitely like that as, let's say, how do I say it? Like, obviously, to people who are intimately like connected to that event, it's obviously going to be more traumatic than an event somewhere else that, you may feel sad for it, but maybe you don't feel personally connected to it in any way. Like, obviously there is an issue of closeness to it. And that's why it's tricky, because I don't want to sort of undermine one side or the other, but it does seem that there is like a tightrope, kind of with Terence McKenna's Time Wave, that it's like, on the one hand, why are these events why are these events representative of the entire universe collapsing in novelty?
Yes.
Right. And yet at the same time, at the same time, there are events, like we said, that the grooves are deeper. There are events that I mean, there is all sorts of. I suppose I do like the thing about vision, because one thing I was thinking before when we were talking about 9/11 is that I wonder if maybe one of the things that's important about the event and is not the tragedy, but the fact that it was seen simultaneously. So that maybe, I don't know, it feels sort of bad to say, because yes, of course the tragedy is important to it, but I wonder if maybe like there are all sorts of different events in the world where there is tragic events, but because we don't see them simultaneously, and it doesn't have the symbolic significance, like you were saying the other day as well.
About 9/11, though, it seems so important that we saw it simultaneously, but we didn't actually see people die. I mean, we did, but you know what I mean? We didn't visually see that represented. That makes it odd somehow.
Yes, yeah.
That really suggests that it's not about the tragedy, because in a way the tragedy is absent from the image. It's only there by implication. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a ghost image, in that, like, you're seeing
That's right.
buildings burning.
And you know that inside those buildings are human beings, but that's all very abstract. You don't actually see that in the picture.
Yeah, yeah.
So it probably does not count like as a picture, as a very traumatic picture out of context. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
It's just some big structures with smoke and fire on them. You know, that could be anything if you don't know the context.
And I suppose also the associations, in the sense that a big building, it's kind of like this, like the symbol of an indestructible sort of fortress or something. Like there's something about the big building that it there's probably all sorts of different associations that make it a scary image.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
It suggests that things can crumble away. Things that you thought would be stable may not be stable. Like there's all sorts of things. Yeah.
Well, and I think because it's an image of the twins, it's really like the divine parents committing suicide or something. I mean, it's a serious image considered symbolically, you know. But that's the thing, is almost all of the horror lives in the symbolic space. It's just some weird, like, it's a kind of pretty picture otherwise.
Yeah.
But wow, yeah, it's like the meaning of it
as an image. I don't think it would have been as impactful if it had been a single tower, you know?
Aha. Interesting. You're right. I can see that.
They both die. Not just the mother, not just the father, the whole family. Yeah.
You're right. It's funny, isn't it? Because I can't explain why, but I can definitely resonate with that. That if I imagine myself watching a TV with a single tower, and it's a different emotion. It's a completely different emotion. Yeah. There's something about the two towers that has a specific emotion to it. That's so strange. Yeah. Huh.
My instinct really would be to relate it back to the parental imagos, probably. It's the two, you know, that's mom and dad, probably.
Yeah.
Which are, as an infant, they provide your whole support system, you know. So mom and dad dying is about the worst image a baby could see, and so that probably lives on as like a primary image of potential trauma in humans.
That's really interesting.
Well, then plus in that case, it was a big governmental structure, the World Trade Center. So it does connect literally to the things people rely on to feel safe in the world, like the security of the United States, which is true for the whole globe. I mean, we felt that in Israel. The security of Israel immediately collapsed once the security of the United States collapsed, you know?
Right, exactly. And I think that's why that question is interesting to me, because it's like, on the one hand... I grew up
in Israel, for anyone who doesn't know me and doesn't know. I forget that I'm not just talking to my friend Alan.
Yeah, I know it's straight. Like, no, but because, as I said, like sometimes I'm when I heard sort of McKenna say, you know, this specific event is more important than another event, a part of me is doubtful. But at the same time, like you said, it's undeniable that sort of the reason why that was a big event globally is because the United States had the position that it had. Like it
right.
You can't sort of pretend that all countries were on equal footing. Like there was something about it happening.
Exactly. That's what we kind of wish, but the historical reality was that if something like 9/11 had happened, so first of all, it couldn't have happened in some other country because there wasn't a motivation, you know.
No. Right, exactly. Yeah.
But if it had, it wouldn't have had the impact, because it just is the case that the United States takes up a lot of room, and whatever's like in the world geopolitical space or whatever, you know, it's a big actor. So when something happens to it, it affects its neighbors. It's just, and I agree. It's silly to overlook that. But it's also, especially for me as an American, it's something that as an American we're kind of trained not to acknowledge so much, not to acknowledge that we're actually an empire that controls the world to some
Right.
extent.
Right.
We don't, actual Americans don't really think of themselves that way very often, it seems to me, or think of the country that way very often. Depends on where you're at in the country, of course, but I think that there's still a perception of the United States as kind of more of a cowboy in a big empty wilderness. That's somehow the vision of the world that Americans have, as opposed to, a very populated space with a lot of delicate interconnections that some large aggressive animal is trampling over. That's kind of more how I view it lately. But
it's funny, yeah, because without knowing much about, again, history and politics in general,
I'm doing, of course.
I get the feeling that on the other side of the picture, like, in Spain or from what I get the feeling that in other places in Europe as well, there is like this opposite use of this image, in the sense of like, because the United States is used as like the bad guy,
right,
then a lot of our own shadow doesn't get acknowledged. It just gets projected onto the States.
Oh, I see.
Like,
that's interesting.
Like the States is sort of the only one who's ruining the world, and then
that's right.
Yeah. Anything that European like countries are doing gets sort of.
That's true. I guess
I don't know. It's funny.
The U.S. does become kind of a scapegoat for.
Yeah.
Bad neoliberal attitudes, right. Generally.
Exactly. Yeah. But
well, we certainly have run very far with those ideas. I guess it's not completely undeserved, probably, but yeah, that's interesting to think about how it functions as a way to offload responsibility for things in other countries.
And I think we spoke about this too, but I've even heard some very interesting things about the astrology of the United States.
Yes.
And of the 9/11, respectively.
I know a little more about the astrology of the Twin Towers and 9/11 than I do about the country, but I don't know much about either. I think
exactly.
We're both kind of astrology noobs, right? Trying to.
Yes. Oh no, exactly. Like it's at this point, this is information that I have no idea how to process. But I do find it very interesting.
Well, the big thing to know about the Twin Towers is that 9/11 happened on their Saturn return, like pretty.
Shit. Yeah. Oh, right. That's really interesting. Yeah.
Which relates to a painting that Stanley Donwood made called "Get Out Before Saturday," that would seem to visualize the Twin Towers sort of collapsed down to their base. There's just these two stubs where sort of looks like buildings ought to be.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very weird.
It's strange, this whole astrology thing, because then it gives it another strange layer of numinosity. That sort of, we're talking about these sort of geopolitical kind of motivations, but then you're like, okay, but what about the fucking sort of astrology? Like, I don't know, it's so strange.
Astrology is one of those things that really makes me think there's something very profoundly weird going on, but that it achieves its weirdness through the I don't know, the literalness of it or something. Like astrology really amplifies for me the feeling of living in a story, because it really feels like Easter eggs to me. It feels like something that someone has aligned just because they can, and it.
Oh, totally. Right, like the planets are aligned.
I just can't understand. Like these other things, thinking about 9/11 and movies and perception and all of this, somehow that makes more sense. I can almost start to imagine it's about I just like, at least people were watching those movies and were watching who actually looks at the sky even anymore. I don't understand how it could continue to have any kind of influence over anything, and it seems so weird and impossible to assume that there's a causal link between something the planets are doing and anything. Like, I don't really buy, I'm sorry, like these
ideas about magnetic influence or something. I buy that there is such a thing, maybe, but I don't see how that can translate into the kinds of things I see corresponding astrologically. I don't see how we get from magnets to my like Tinder adventures, for instance, and how those align with planetary. Like, it seems too distant. And yet, wow, actually, out of all the sync stuff I've experienced in my personal life, the astrological connections are persistently the most amazing. So I really kind of believe in it now, but
yes.
But it seems like, to me, that one just really breaks everything. It's like the oldest and in a way the most accepted way of thinking synchronistically. I feel like it's easier to say I'm into astrology than it is to say I'm into synchronicity or precognition, maybe, because it's a little more familiar, at least. And also is an object of frequent ridicule, so people don't feel threatened by it, I guess. But ironically, it maybe houses the absolutely most like acid forms of sync available,
Yeah, it's a little bit like the clouds on the day before 9/11.
Yes.
It's suddenly like the fucking physical world, like, because it's sync, right? Like you say, it's sync. You can describe it in terms of sync in the sense that, like, maybe I go on my Tinder adventures at the same time as my neighbors are like redecorating their house or whatever, and I am like, oh, that's a synchronicity. Okay. But to say that I'm going on my Tinder adventures at the same time as Venus is doing like something, like, both my neighbors and Venus are both objects in the physical world, but one of them is
funny
like
is that it
weird.
all seems like it proceeds on the basis of intuitions human beings have about distance, Because strictly speaking, I suppose it's just as acausal, whether we're talking about planets or neighbors. So there shouldn't be any reason to be more impressed by the planets. But there is, because intuitively those are things out in space. There really can't be a causal connection there, in other words. We might be able to imagine with the neighbors there's some kind of secret causal connection, but with the planets it becomes really any connection there that's much too far away.
And the crazy sort of predictability of it, like, what Venus is going to do next week.
Yes, that makes it a what did you call it? A calendar sync issue. You made a couple videos about that.
Right. Yeah.
Calendar.
It's right. You don't really know what your neighbors are going to do next week. It may sync with what you're doing.
Right.
But you can be pretty certain that, well,
Oh, well, here's a question, though. Practically speaking, how far out do you look astrologically? I pretty much just read my daily influences and that's it. Like, I don't actually anticipate eclipse season coming or things. Like, I'm not that plugged into astrology myself. Or
I have, I have started to do that a little bit.
That's cool.
But
I'm very curious to know, like,
it's in very I mean, it's in very experimental stages at the moment, like, because I don't know enough about it, but I do occasionally check this website called planetwatcher.com. It just has the typical sort of like chart of what's going on in the sky, and then it has like a list of upcoming transits and how many hours or days or months are left till they hit.
That's cool.
And it is strange because it's hard to tell, of course, when you start getting to this stuff, how much your anticipation of something is playing into it and all that. But but that's also, again, that's one of the weird things about astrology. I think that it's sync, but it's like a sync that is constellated into a solid form that you can actually discuss with other people. It's fucking crazy. You can actually sort of sit down and talk about synchronicities. Like, oh, next Wednesday a synchronicity is coming. Are you ready for it? Like whatever. Like,
right. Yeah. Like, I guess where I get that the most personally is through like movie news. like I anticipate these upcoming films and so on,
Mm.
and I wonder about what portents they bring with them.
Right. That's funny. Movie news is like astrology in a way, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. It is kind of.
It's like the new Sonic the Hedgehog movie is coming out, and it's like
Yes, yeah.
you know that
I feel it coming. Like
I
I know it's going to be
exactly.
a bomb of some sort.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's funny. It is. It's like astrology. Yeah, I like that.
And you really
And
can anticipate a lot with movies because they give
mm,
you posters and trailers and tidbits and things ahead of time.
right, in a sense, it's
They build anticipation. That's their whole that's how they make their dollars.
yeah. Yeah, it's like astrology, but with like extra sort of
Yeah, there's an
motivate.
monetary incentive to build the anticipation. But if the anticipation is part of magical effects, that's really weird and interesting. So I think that's the big secret about America and the West and all this, is that it's actually about the way capitalism and science accidentally discover magic at the end of their whole project.
Right.
They just bump right back into magic, and it's going to happen with 9/11, Marty McFly. It makes me so happy in an evil way.
It's strange because like also the movies, the good thing about the movies is that we like the reason I don't really understand astrology is because I'm not familiar with the myths and the symbols associated to it.
Yeah.
But with movies, I am. So I can see a Sonic, or like, I can see the Sonic the Hedgehog movie and I can tell, or like it gives me a certain feeling that Mercury doesn't. I don't know enough about Mercury. Or
right.
Like there's something
That's
about.
Interesting. It does seem to be about fluency with the symbol system.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
I love that with pop culture and with the whole sync culture, because it's just kind of using what's at hand in a way. It's just like I didn't learn a symbol system. I just know all these movies by heart anyway.
Yeah.
I've been watching Ghostbusters repetitively since I was 4, It's just that's the weird head fuck up, I suppose, is to realize that those things you were looking at, we've said this already, but it's like those symbols, that symbol system ends up being correct. In other, like, a bunch of accidents in movies end up being a pretty functional archetypal map of the psyche that will work just as well as astrology or alchemy or any other thing,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. A bunch of like.
I mean, it really does imply that we're doing it. We looked into the sky and projected this thing. Then we looked into movies and put the same things there. We're putting them in the same place everywhere. The same things in the same places. We're doing it behind our own backs somehow. That's the weirdness.
And it's weird because
then the other half is these things seem to invite these things as well. We can't know as the perceiving thing to what extent the projection is actually drawn, like attracted by the structure of the surface that it meets, versus how much is the entire thing we call a surface, a structure, really an invention of our brains, Because I can say these properties of this film, like say visual properties even, these visual properties of this frame objectively relate to, like, correspond to this other image. And here's all the ways that it corresponds, but I was about to draw a subtle distinction that I now have lost because we've been talking for a long time.
Do you mean in the sense, I don't know if this is what you meant. Do you mean, like, for example, if you were colorblind, for example, and you didn't see the explosion as being red, that suddenly it would have a different symbolic value. I don't know if that's what you meant.
That's interesting. No,
I
I
don't know.
actually don't know what I meant. I think maybe it's a sign that we should. So what
Yeah,
time is it in Spain?
it's 1:40 a.m. But
I'm amazed that you're lucid. It's like 5:40 here, and I'm struggling to keep my thoughts together.
I know. Yeah, I don't know. It's sort of I yeah, it's funny. I am not tired. But no, I
Nice.
mean, we have been
Well,
talking
I'm down to continue actually if you want to. I would need like a little break probably though.
right. Well, I was thinking, no, it probably would, like, I think that I'm not feeling tired, but it would probably be I can see, like, my reason tells me that, it would probably be a good idea to
Well,
stop.
we have crossed the 5-hour mark according to my
Exactly.
So I guess that means we filled up an episode of Always Record. Yay!
Yay.
Yeah. Sorry, there's a lot about 9/11 right away. Everybody.
No. Oh well, I mean,
I'm apologizing to the general audience.
Yeah.
Well.
Yes. No, I think because I mean the way it connects to so many issues, really, to the trauma, to the.
It does. It's just a very
it's
convenient way to open up psychological issues, I guess. Yeah.
I was thinking. I'm sorry. I'm being really completionist now. It's just because I have a list of topics here.
Oh yeah.
And the only topic I haven't crossed out is just commenting that it's been said before, but it's so interesting how, of course, astrology was like cinema in a sense, because it's just a bunch of people looking. It's about looking as well, right? You're looking at stories in the sky. So
it's so funny. It's kind of literally looking into a big box of points and then connecting the points. Like,
yeah.
I think that is so funny and probably so important somehow in a way we just don't understand. Because it's not, why? What's the matter? First of all, what's the matter with human beings? This whole problem that like our whole situation seems to be that we're built to detect information, but then there's certain information that's too much for our detectors to deal with, so it gets repressed. Like that whole basic situation is strange to me. I don't really understand it. Like, and then the other thing seems to be, okay, when human beings, how to get at this one? It's just like, I don't get why don't we just close our eyes and imagine a religion? We had to look into a pre-existing thing and kind of trick ourselves in a way, ourselves into inventing something. But the trick seems to be to get the unconscious to invent it. Right? That's why you look at a bunch of points. You don't know what you want to draw or see or talk about. So you look at the sky and you wait for something to suggest itself. I don't even know where I'm going.
Yeah,
with this.
the trick becomes real in some way.
Like and I want to draw a really direct comparison somehow between that activity and like what is happening now with people essentially diving into big data sets on the internet. They end up, I mean, we've observed this, right? If you look at conspiracy YouTube, people end up filling the space with archetypal content. I mean, so predictably. Yeah. It's like they're just looking at a dense bunch of points and wondering, how do they connect? That's what the conspiracy brain does. Here the points are news stories, not stars. But it's just the same action. It's the same, like people are performing the same labor. And then what's so amazing is they seem to end up with the same map, more or less. We still end up with some story about cosmic dogs and hermaphrodites and the two becoming one and just all the rest of this weirdness that's just the same in all the myths, Like imagined again, anew, with a whole different set of random points.
a really
Yeah,
different set of random points that isn't even a literal set of points, but just somehow the fact that it's pre-existent material that can be connected. That's enough to get our brains to do the thing that they don't know they're doing, which is to make a religion, I guess. Religion in the most, not necessarily organized, you understand, but yeah, like a myth, let's say, instead, to make myths. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it is really strange how exactly a video on YouTube can end up constellating the same kind of patterns that an old Egyptian religion did without being aware of the Egyptian religion.
Yes.
And then finding it later.
And somehow by virtue of the searching procedure, it's like that action. I was thinking about this because, well, I should say, I guess, I'm very bothered, by the degree to which the predictive programming community and the sort of like anti-Semitic conspiracy world generally, which includes very many subcategories of conspiracy, are kind of interpenetrating. I don't like it because I think that style of ideation is very dangerous, obviously, but also because it's sitting so close to things that I do and take seriously, like analyzing these old films in this particular context and so on. Yeah. I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to help me again. What were we talking about here? I'm really losing my my focus trying to keep these complicated things.
I'm afraid I've lost it.
Oh,
as well.
Yeah, we lost it. What were we talking about broadly? It was something to do with points and stars and
looking for
YouTube,
things like big
conspiracy
data
theory, big data programming, and all of this.
Finding like Egyptian religions and stuff,
right,
without being aware of it.
Why was I going back to some issue to do with my dissatisfaction with the broader conspiracy culture and their treatment of these issues? I have no idea. But I think it was part of some attempt to articulate how weird I find it that. Right. Okay, I think maybe I have it again. It's like people need a reason to be watching these movies this way. Do you know what I mean? Most people don't have a reason to watch a film and actually believe that the film means something other than its conventional, obvious meaning. Yeah, that's a weird like thing has happened in your brain already. If you assume there's a secret film on some level, and that became my assumption because I love movies, and I found myself trying to understand John Carpenter, in a much deeper way than I had before. Yeah. And watching John Carpenter movies, I began to become aware of this hidden film, an additional film, an occult film that maybe John had made and sort of slipped in to the visible film. And so I started watching his movies, but only his movies that way, because I had permission to watch those movies that way. So I thought it's just something that this director is doing, and I'm learning about this ingenious director, and then that widens and so on, and pretty soon you're watching all movies in that way. But it's like the people might have a different reason to watch movies in that way. Maybe the reason is they have a prior worldview that tells them the whole media is lying to them about many nefarious things. And maybe that view has just deepened over a lot of years and become increasingly paranoid. And now it's not just ads and so on, but one imagines that the entire media landscape is being constructed with very different intentions and purposes, And so people start. What's so strange about it is that just creates a condition of uncertainty. It creates a condition where you have a big question mark where there used to be something familiar. But it's not a question mark that's completely a question mark because it has so much visible structure, a movie, and you already know it so well. And it presents itself in such a forward way. It's a box of light that's shooting information at you. And yet now that thing that's supposed to be kind of pure information is withdrawing. It's in the triple O sense. There seems to be more to it than what's on the surface. And that makes you want to look past the surface. But as soon as you're looking through the surface, you're an alchemist. You're just an alchemist. So it's a really strange thing. I feel that the fake news epidemic combined with technologically supported and kind of created isolation, combined with the focus on visual information in particular, has created, I think, a very unique historical situation that makes projection of the archetypal field tremendously likely. It's weird to see so many conspiracy people start to paint depth psychological structures into their delusions, basically, or whatever, or to their theories, let's say. I could include my own theory in that and call it a delusion as well, but all these different ideas that are trying to explain the big question mark that we don't even know what the question mark is. We've just, for different reasons, we've all come up with the feeling of there's something important in these films that's being hidden from us. Just that impulse should arise in so many people simultaneously is notable to me too. I really wonder about it all. It's just it gets very apocalyptic for me very quickly. I start to imagine it as part of a big process that's just being started maybe. But it's also very true that my style is apocalyptic. I'll make anything into an apocalyptic feeling if I, an E minor chord and a black marker.
I really like that. And there's so many, I think that might be a good place to stop, because I think that opens up a lot of very interesting topics that could give, another episode. There's a lot of nice ideas there. And I don't want to start talking about them because
no, they'd be wasted right now. We're exhausted. Yeah,
exactly. There's a pocket of very rich, alive ideas, and I'm too tired to.
Same. This was a performance to a big degree. We just did like a 5-hour concert.
Yeah, man. This is.
Yeah. Okay, I guess maybe we're turning off the recording now. Goodbye, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Okay. Yes. Goodbye.